Hello and welcome to another exciting tutorial of MERN Stack. In today's video, we are going to build a full stack image generator AI SaaS application using MongoDB, Express, React and Node.js. So let's see the project overview that we are going to create in this tutorial. So this is the home page where you can see we have added the navigation bar with logo and this login button. Then we have these text and you can see these contents are animated. Here we have this button to generate the image using the text prompt. If I scroll down, here we have some steps to generate the image. Then we have the description and then we have the customer testimonials. After that we have another button to generate the image and then we have this footer. So this is the home page, and if I click here, it will open the price plan page so that user can buy credits to generate the image. After that, here we have the login button. So let me click on this login button. So here we have the option to log in on this application, or we can use this sign up link to open the sign up form and user can create an account on this application. So I already have an account. So I'll click here on login. So I have added the email ID and password and click on the login button. Now we are logged in. Let me go to home page. So in this navigation bar, you can see it is displaying my name also. Hi, MERN Stack. Then we have this user icon and we have the logout button. And here in this navigation bar, you can see the credits left. So right now 2 credits are left. So whenever you will create a new account, you will get 5 credits. So I have already used this credits to generate the image. So to generate the image, just click on this button. So it will open this page and here we have the input field, and in this input field you can add any text to generate the image using the text. So in this one, let me add one prompt. I will type a 3D render of a small chibi style tiger in forest and click on this generate button. So you can see the loading text here. And after completing this loading, you will see a AI generated image. So now you can see the image has been generated. We can also download this image using this button. So let me click here. So this image has been downloaded. So our image has been downloaded that we have generated using text prompt. Now let me generate another image. So I'll click on this button, generate another. And here let me add the another prompt. So let me add 3D render of a small chibi style tiger in snow and click on this generate button. Now our image has been generated, a tiger in snow. And right now you can see our credit is 0. If I try to create another image, let's click on this button, generate another, and here if I type wolf in snow, click on generate button, you can see we are getting the notification no credit balance and we are redirected to the payment page. So now we can buy more credits to generate more images. So let me choose any of this plan. So let's select the first one. It will give 100 credits. We'll click on this button. And here we have added the Razorpay payment gateway. So it is opening this payment page and here we have to add the card number. So let me add the card number and other details. Now we have made the payment successfully, and after making the payment you can see here we have the notification credit added, and in this navbar you can see the credit left 100. So we have purchased the 100 credit. Now again we can generate the image. So let's click on this generate button and here we will add new prompt. So let's add a 3D render of a small chibi style wolf in snow. Click on generate button and you can see the text loading. Now you can see our image has been generated. So we will create this full stack text to image generator AI SaaS application using MongoDB, Express, React and Node.js step by step. But before we dive in, I would like to thank our video sponsor Codux. Codux enables you to build and deploy your React application visually with just a few clicks. With Codux, you can create a complete React application from scratch or import an existing React project. You can also start with beautiful pre-built templates provided by Codux that comes with many reusable components, making it easy to build complex UI in less time. It provides visual tools to design pages, create components, and style them easily. Codux also integrates smoothly with Wix headless services like its e-commerce service powering over 1 million online stores, or any other custom backend service that allows you to build a fully functional React application without hassle. You can open and edit code files in your favorite IDEs such as VS Code while previewing changes in Codux in real time. Plus, you can connect your project to GitHub to collaborate seamlessly with other developers. To get started with Codux, click the link in the description below. Now, let's start to create our text to image generator project. For that, let's come to desktop screen, and here I will create a folder. So let's create a new folder and I'll write the folder name Imagify, that is our project name. Now let me open this folder with VS Code editor. So right click, select Open with Code. Now our project folder is open in VS Code, which is Imagify. In this folder we have to create two folders that will be for front end and back end. So first we will create the front end. So in this one, let's create a new folder and write the folder name client, where we will create the front end application. Now right click on this client folder and select Open in Integrated Terminal. So you can see in this terminal we are in the Imagify and client folder. Now in this client folder we have to create the React project using Vite package. So just add npm create Vite at latest. So we have added npm create Vite at latest. Press enter. So it will create a React project. Here it is asking for the project name. So just add dot. So it will create the project with the name client. Press enter. Here we will select React. Then select JavaScript. After that we have to install the dependencies. For that just add npm install. Press enter. After completing npm install, let me expand this client folder from the left sidebar, and you can see in this one we have node_modules folder and we have these files, right? So now we have created the React project. To start this project we will use npm run dev. So in this terminal we have added npm run dev and press enter. So our project is running on this URL localhost port 5173. So just open this URL in any web browser. So now you can see our basic React plus Vite project is running in the web browser. Next we have to clear this default project. So let's come back. Let me hide this terminal, and in this src you will find app.css. So right click and select delete. After that we will open app.jsx. Just open this one and we will clear this file, and here we will use RAFCE snippet and press enter. So it will create this functional React component. If this RAFCE snippet is not coming for you, then you have to install one extension. Just go to extensions and here search for ES7 React Redux. You can see it has 2 million installs. So you have to install this extension. Then you can use the RAFCE snippet. After that, let's go to index.css and we will clear this file also. Next, just go to index.html and here you can see we have the title, right? So in this one we will update the website title. So it is Imagify Great Stack. After adding this, if I come back to the web page, here you can see our project is clear, and in this browser title you can see Imagify Great Stack. Next we have to update this icon, that is the favicon icon you can see in the browser tab. So to replace this icon, we have to add the images and icons in our project. So let me just come back to the desktop screen, and here I have one folder called assets. You will find this folder download link in the video description. Let me open it. So in this one we have some icons, images and one assets.js file. So let me just copy everything from here and open our project folder. In the project folder you can see we have the client, then src, and in this one we have the assets. So in this assets, just paste all the images, icons that we have just copied. Correct? Now close it and come back to the VS Code. So now in the left sidebar you can see we have the assets folder. Expand it, and in this assets you can see we have all the icons. Correct? And in this one we have one favicon.svg also. So we have to move this favicon.svg. We will paste it in the public folder. So let me just come back to the project folder again and go to client, src, assets, and from here just find favicon.svg. It is here. Just remove it from here and we will add it in the public folder. In this client folder you can see public. Just paste it here and remove this wheat.svg. After that, if I come back to the VS Code, here you can see we have assets.js file also that you will get in the assets folder. So in this one I have imported all the images. Then I have created one object called assets, and using this object I have exported all the images using this export keyword, so that we can easily use the images in any component by using this object. We don't have to add the import statement for each image. We will just use the assets and we will use the image. After that we have the steps data that we will use on our web page. We will display these data from this array. After that we have one more array called testimonials data. So in this array we have added different objects, and each object is representing one testimonial. So we will display these testimonial data on our web page. After that we have plans. Here we will create the price plan page. So on that page we have to display different plans. So here I have added one array, and in this array we have 3 objects that represents 3 different price plan. So let me just close this and close this assets also, and in this public we have favicon.svg. So in this index.html file, here we have the link tag, and in this link tag we have wheat.svg, right? So instead of this wheat.svg we will add favicon.svg that we have added in the public folder. Save the changes, come back to the web page. Now you can see the updated icon in this browser title. So we have updated the favicon. After that we have to create the folder structure for our project. For that just come back, and in the left sidebar here we have client folder. In this client folder we have src. Now within this src we will create a folder called components. So we have created components folder. where we will create different components. After that, in this src folder, right click and select new folder, and here we will create a folder called pages. So in this one we will create different pages, and in this src folder let's add one more new folder, and the folder name is context. In this context folder we will create a context file where we will store all the states for this application. So we have created the folder structure. Now after creating the folder structure, we have to add the Tailwind CSS in this project. To add the Tailwind CSS, just come back to the web browser, open a new tab, and here we will search for Vite plus Tailwind CSS. Open this first link, and here we have the steps to install Tailwind CSS in Vite project. So you can see the first step, create your project, that we have already created. The next step is install Tailwind CSS. So here we have two commands, right? So let me just copy it one by one. Just copy the first one, come back to the VS Code, and just open the terminal again. So here we have the terminal, right? So in this terminal we have to add Control-C, so it will stop the project. Now paste the command that we have just copied, npm install, and this one. Press enter. After that, let's copy the second command and paste it here. Press enter. After completing it, you will see a new file in this sidebar. You can see postcss.config.js, and one more file is there, tailwind config.js. It means tailwind.config.js. Now just come back here and you can see the third step, configure your template paths. For that, just copy this entire code. Click here to copy and go to tailwind.config.js file. So from this left sidebar, we will open tailwind config.js and replace the code here. Just remove everything from here and paste the code that we have just copied. Save the changes. After that, you can see the next step is to add these lines in index.css file. So just copy it and come back. Open index.css, where it is. It is here, index.css, and paste it. After that, let's see the next step. So the next step is to start our project using npm run dev. That's it. And now we can easily use the Tailwind classes in any HTML element. Now let's close it and come back to the VS Code, and here we can start our project using this terminal. But before starting this project, we will install one more dependencies. In this project, we have to create multiple pages like home page and price plan page. Then we will display the result page. So to create multiple pages, we have to add the React router. So to add the React router, we will add the dependencies called React router DOM. So just add npm install React router DOM. Then press enter. And after that, we will start our project using npm run dev. Use this npm run dev, press enter. Now again, our project is running on same URL. Now we will hide this terminal, come back to the web page, and you can see our web page is running and it is completely blank. Next, let's see the Figma design, what we have to create. So let me open the Figma file in the new tab. Here you can see we have 4 pages in this application. Let me zoom in. So this is the home page, right? In this home page, we have to create this navigation bar with logo, these buttons and these featured text, then some small images, then we have these steps, how it works, then we have this description area, then we have testimonials and one button and one footer. So this is the home page. Then let's see the other page. This is the result page, so that whenever we will enter any prompt, we will see this page with our AI generated image. Next we have to create this price plan page, and then we will create this login sign up component. Correct? So let's start with the first one. So to build this home page, first we'll add the Google font in our project so that we can use this font, right? So let's open a new tab and search for outfit font. Open this website fonts.google.com, outfit, and just click on this button, get font. Now you can see this button, get embed code. Just click here. From here, just click on this import option and you will get this import link. Just copy it and come back to the VS Code. In this VS Code, just open index.css file and paste it at the top. So we have added this import statement, correct? After that, we have to add the font in all the elements. So just add the asterisk symbols or star. Here we will add the font family and write the font family outfit. That's it. So by default, this outfit font will be applied in all the elements. Close it. Come back to the browser. Close this tab also. And now let's start by building this home page. So let's come back. We will come back to the VS Code editor and let's close this file also. And in this pages folder, we will create 3 files, right? So in this pages, right click and select new file and write the file name home.jsx. The file name should start with the capital name. You can see I'm using capital H. Here we will add RAFCE and in this one we will add the text called home within this div. Now let's go to pages folder again, right click and select new file. Here we will add the file name by credit.jsx. Write RAFCE. Here we will add by credit. Now right click on this pages folder, select new file and write the file name result.jsx. Here we will add RAFCE and write the text here result page. That's it. Next we have to mount these pages on app.jsx file. So just open app.jsx and here you can see we have this div, right? So inside this div we have to add the routing and based on routing we will display different pages. So for now let me add all the pages. Just add opening arrow, home, select this from the suggestion, pages/home. So you can see this home component or home page has been imported. Close this tag. Now we will add result. Select this from the suggestion. It has been imported. Now we will add the third page by credit. So by credit has been imported. Save the changes and if I come back to the web page and here you can see we have home, result page and by credit because we have mounted all the pages in this app component, correct? Next, we have to display different pages based on different route. For that, we will set up the React router. So to set up the React router, first we will go to main.jsx file. And in this one, just remove this strict mode. And before this app component, let's write browser router, or let me import it first. So here after this React DOM client, let's add a space, and here we will add import curly braces browser router from React router DOM. So we have imported browser router from React router DOM. Now we will use this browser router before this app component. Just add the opening arrow and add this tag and close this after this app component. So here we have the opening tag and this is the closing tag, correct? So now we have the support of browser router in the complete app component, correct? After that, let's go to app.jsx file, and in this app.jsx file we have to use the routes and route. So just import that. So here after this import React, let's add import curly braces routes comma route from React router DOM. So we have imported routes and route. Now using this tag, we will declare the routing path, and based on different routing path, we will display different pages. So in this div, just add a space, and here we will add routes tag. Use this routes tag and move all the pages within this routes. Now here just add route. Use this route tag, and this route will be self-closing like this. Let me add a space so you can see clearly. We have added route, and in this one we have to declare the path. So just add path, and the path will be slash. That will be the home page. So whenever the user will be at slash path, then we have to display the home page. So just add element, and in this element just add the curly braces and provide this home. That's it. After that, just duplicate this line. Here we will add the path, that is result, and from here remove this home, and here we will provide this result page. Now duplicate this line, and here we will add buy, or we can say buy credit. So here remove this, and within this we will provide this buy credit page. Now you can see clearly here we have one routes tag, and within this routes tag we have 3 route, and in each route we have added different path. This is the home path, this is the result, and this is buy path. Here we will display home page, here we will display result page, and here we will display buy credit page. So save the changes and let's preview these changes on web page. So just open the web browser, and right now you can see we are at the home path. That's why it is displaying home, correct? If I change the path, so in this URL, if I type class result, so we have added localhost 5173/result. Press enter. Now you can see result page. Now if I add buy in this URL, press enter. Now you can see buy credit. So this route is working fine, correct? So now we will start building our home page where you can see home, correct? So right now it is displaying home. So let me add some CSS for this home page. So let me just come back, and Here in this app component, we will add some CSS that will be applicable for complete application. So in this div, let's add the class name, and here we will add the tailwind classes. Now for the entire application, we will provide the padding from x-axis. It means padding left and padding right. So we will add the padding x 4. This is for the mobile screen. Now for the smaller screen, we will increase the padding. So it is padding x 10. Now for the medium screen, we will further increase the padding. So we will add md colon padding x, and it will be 14. Now we will further increase the padding for large screen. So just add lg and px 28. That's it. Next we have to define the minimum height of the application. So here we will add min h screen. So here we are using these tailwind classes. If you don't know about the tailwind, I have a dedicated video about tailwind where you can learn the tailwind CSS from beginning. I will provide that tutorial link in the description. After this min height screen, here we will change the background color of the application, and in the application we will add the gradient color in the background. So just add bg gradient and to bottom. So just add bg gradient to b. It means to bottom. And here we have to provide two color code. So let's add the first color code, that is from till 50. And now we'll add the second color code with 2. So 2 orange 50. So we have added this first color code and second color code for the gradient background. After adding this, just come back to the web page. Here you can see we have some color in the background, and this is the gradient color, correct? Now let's come back, and in this Figma design you can see here we have the navigation bar in the home page also. Then we have this navigation bar in the result page also, and then this navigation bar in this price plan page also. So we have to add the navigation bar in all pages. For that we have to place the navigation bar in the app component. So you can see we have added this app component in this app.jsx file. So before this routes, we will provide the navigation bar so that this navigation bar will be visible in all pages. So first we have to create the navigation component. So here we have the components folder. So right click here, and here we will select new file and write the file name navbar.jsx, and here we will use RAFCE, and here let's add the text navigation bar, save the changes and come back to the app.jsx. And before this routes, let's add navbar. Select it from the suggestion. So the navbar has been imported, correct? Close this tag. So we have added this navbar. Save the changes, come back to the web page, and you can see we have the navigation bar on home page, correct? If I go to other page like buy credit, here also we can see navigation bar and then buy credit page. If I go to result page like this, here also you can see the navigation bar and this result page. So we have added this navigation bar component in all the pages. So next we have to design this navigation bar. So just come back and go to navbar.jsx file. In this navbar component, let me remove this text, and here we have this div. So within this div we have to add one logo in the left side, and we will add some buttons and text in the right side. So within this div, let's add the image using the img tag, and in this src we have to add the image So we will get the image from assets object that is stored in the assets.js file. So first we have to import that. So here we will add import curly braces assets from double dot slash assets folder assets file. Now in this curly braces we can use assets dot and we can access any image using this dot. So let's add the image name logo. Now for this image we have to add some CSS properties. So just add the class name property, and here we will provide the classes. So just add the width 28, then we will add different width for small device. So just add SM width 32. After that we'll add different width for larger screen. So just add LG, then width 40. Save the changes. If I come back to the web page, here you can see we have this logo, right? Now just come back, and on this image we have to add the click feature, so that whenever we will click on the logo, it will redirect us to the home page. So to add the click feature, here we will add the link tag provided by the React Router DOM. So here just add opening arrow link, select this from the suggestion React Router DOM. So the link has been imported. Now just close this tag and move this closing tag after this img. So you can see I have wrapped this img tag using this link tag, link opening and link closing tag. In this link tag we have to provide the to property, and here in this to we will provide the path. So just add / that will open the home page. That's it. After closing of this link tag, here just add the space, and here we will add the div, and in this div we will add the content for the right side of the navigation bar. So if I go to the web page and let's open the Figma design. So in this design you can see we have this navigation bar where you can see the price and logout button in the right side. But if I go to different page like this, here you can see I have added different buttons in the navigation bar, which is credit left, then name, and then icon. And whenever we will hover on this icon, it will display one logout button. So we have different content in the right side of the navigation bar. It is because suppose user is logged out, then we have to display these link, pricing and login button. And if the user is already logged in, then we will display the user's name, icon and available credit. That's why we have added different buttons in the navigation bar. So to display these information, we will create two div. So just come back to the VS Code, and within this div, let's add div for the user, which is logged out user. And here we will add one more div, this one. This is for the logged in user, correct? Now we have to get to know whether the user is logged in or logged out. For that, here we will create one state variable. So before this return, just add const user set user is equal to user state, and here we will add null. So initialize it with null. It means the user is logged out, and when it is true, it means the user is logged in. So here we will add the ternary operator. So just add the curly braces and we'll write user. So if the user is available, it means if it is true, then what will happen? We have to display this div, correct? And if the user is not available, it means user is logged out, then we will display this div, correct? So now you can understand the ternary operator. If user is available, then the first div will be displayed, and if the user is not available, then the second div will be available. So in this second div, we will add the button called login, and in the first div, we will add the details like user's name, we will display the credit, and we will add the logout option also, correct? So now let's start by adding content in the second div. Because right now we have added null, it means the user is logged out. So in this second div, we will add one text in p tag. So just add the p tag, and here we will add the text called pricing. And after that we will add the button. So in this button, let's add the text login. Save the changes, come back to the web page. Here you can see we have the pricing, login, and this home. Let me remove this home from home.jsx file. Let's come back and remove this home, and let's come back to the navbar.jsx file, and we will add the CSS properties in this first div. So in this first div, let's add the class name property, and we have to align the content side by side. So for that we have to use the flex layout. So just add flex item center, justify between, and we will add the padding in y-axis. Now you can see the logo in left side and these text in the right side, pricing and login. Now just come back, and here we have this div, correct? So in this one we will add the class name property. Here also we will add flex item center, and we will provide the gap 2. Then we will increase the gap for small device. So just add gap 5. Now you can see these texts are side by side, and here we have the gap also. Next we will add the CSS properties in this button, and let's add the CSS properties in this pricing also. So just come back, and in this p tag, let's add the class name property, and here we will add the cursor pointer, correct? And in this button, we will add the class name property, and here we have to change the background color. So just add bg jink 800. So it will be a dark background color. Now we will add the text white. After that we have to add the padding, then padding from y-axis. Then we will add different padding for smaller screen, py2. It will be px2. After that we will add text small, rounded full. After adding this, if I come back to the web page, you can see we have some changes in this button, but it is not looking good. So just come back, and here let me add px10. Save the changes and come back to the web page. Now this button is looking good, correct? Now we have to add the click feature on this pricing link. So just come back, and here we have this P, right? So on this one we have to add the click feature, so that whenever we will click here, it will open the credit page. So we have to import the navigate from React router DOM. So before this return statement, let's add const navigate is equal to use navigate hook from React router DOM. You can see use navigate has been imported from React router DOM, and now we can use this navigate. So scroll down, and here on this p tag we will add on click property, and in this on click just provide one arrow function, and here just call the navigate, And in this one, we have to provide the path. So just add /by. That is the router path. Correct? Now, if I come back to the web page and click on this pricing, you can see it is opening by credit, right? And after that, if I click on logo, it will open the home page. It's working. Next, we have to add these content, which is credit and this user's name and this icon, and we'll add the logout link whenever we will hover on this icon, and it will be displayed whenever a user is logged in. So just come back, and here instead of this null we will add true. Correct? And if I come back, you can see the right side is blank. We don't have anything in the right side. So just come back, and here we have this first div. So whenever the user is available, this first div will be displayed. So in this one, just add one button, and in this button we will add the icon. So just add the img tag and add the curly braces, and in this curly braces we will add assets dot credit star. And for this button, for this image, we will add the class name so that we can define the width. So we will add width 5. Now after this icon, we will add one text also in this button. So we will add the text called credit left, like this. And let me add any value manually. So let's add the credit left 50. Correct? Now come back to the web page, and here you can see we have this icon and this credit left 50. Now just come back, and after this button we will add one text in p tag, and here we will add the user's name. So just add hi great stack, like this. And after this text we will add one profile icon, and whenever we will hover on that profile icon, it will display the logout button. Correct? So let's add one div, and in this div we have to add one image, and in this image we will add curly braces assets dot, let's write user, and after that we will add class name properties. So just add the class name, and here we will define the width. So the width is 10. Then we will add the drop shadow. Correct? And after this image, let's add one div, and here in this div we will add class name property, and this will be absolute, and in the parent div we will add the class name property, and it will be relative. And on this one we have to add the hover effect also. So here just add group. Correct? Now in this div where we have added the absolute, this div will be hidden by default. So just add hidden, and after that it will be visible whenever we will hover on the parent div. So just add group hover, and it will be blocked so that it will be visible again. Correct? Next we have to add the positions. So just add top 0, then right 0, then we will add the z 10 so that the z index will be 10. After that we have to add the text color, so the text will be black. Next we will add rounded, and then we will add the padding from top, that is 12. And inside this div we will add the logout link. So just add ul li, and in this li we will add the logout text, like this. Save the changes, come back to the web page, and here you can see we have this credit left high great stack, and we don't have any icon here. So let me just come back, Go to project folder, src assets, and let me find the icon. So here we have the icon called profile_icon.png. So here we will use assets.profile_icon. Save the changes, come back to the web page. Now you can see this profile icon also, and if I hover on it, here we have the logout. You can see when I hover on this profile icon, we are getting one logout link. So next we have to add CSS properties for the content that we have added in the right side. So just come back. Here we have this div that will be displayed whenever the user is available. So in this one, just add the class name property, and here we have to align the content side by side. So just add flex and text center. Then we will add the gap. So just add the gap 2, and we'll increase the gap for smaller screen. So just add gap 3. Correct. Now you can see it is aligned side by side. Now just come back, and next we will add the CSS properties in this button. Right. So here in this button we will add the class name property, and here let's add the same thing, flex item center. After that we will add the gap 2. Now we have to add the background color. So just add bg blue 100. After that we have to add the padding from x-axis. Then we will add different padding for a smaller screen, px 6. Then we will add the padding from y-axis 1.5, and we will increase the padding for a small width. So just add py 3. After that we have to add rounded full. Next we will add the hover effect. So just add hover, and here we will add a scale. It will be 105. Then just add transition all and duration 700. After adding this, just come back to the web page. You can see this credit left button is looking good, and here we have hover effect also. When I move cursor on this one, you can see the zoom in effect. Correct? After that we will add the CSS properties for this p tag. So here just add the class name, and in this one we have to add the text size. So the text will be extra small, and for a smaller screen we will add the text size small like this. And now we'll add the font weight. So just add font medium. Next we have to add the text color. So just add text gray 600. Save the changes. You can see this text looks good. After that we have to add the CSS properties for this text, where we have added the user's name. Like I have added hi great stack. So for this text just add CSS properties in this p tag. So in this p just add the class name property. Here we will add the same text color, that is here, text gray 600. Then we will add the max small. For the mobile screen size we will add hidden, so it will be hidden. And then we'll add the PL4. Save the changes. Now this text size is looking good. Next we will add the CSS properties for the user's icon and for the logout text that is displayed below this user's icon. So just come back, and here you can see we have this div where we have added relative and group, and then we have this image, right? And then we have this div where we have added UL and LI. So in this UL we will add class name, and for this UL just add list none. Then we will add the M0 and P2. Then we will add background white. After that, we'll add rounded medium. Then we'll add the border and text a small. Now in this li tag, we will add the class name, and here we will provide padding from y-axis, then padding from x-axis, then we will add cursor pointer, and here we will add the padding from the right side, 10. Save the changes, come back to the web page. Now if I hover on this profile icon, here we have this logout button, correct? Right now when I hover on this one, the entire navigation bar is moving down, so let me fix it. Here you can see we have added the incorrect spelling for absolute, so just correct it. So just corrected this absolute. Now just come back. Now if I hover on this one, you can see it works fine. When I hover on this user profile icon, here we have the logout option, correct? So this information will be displayed whenever the user is already logged in. So now just come back, and here if I make it null and save the changes, so you can see it is displaying the login button, correct? Now instead of adding this state variable in this navigation bar, we will add it in the context file, so that we can store all our states and functions in one place. So let me just remove it from here and remove this user state also, right? And we will store it in one store. So in this sidebar, we have created one context folder. So in this context folder, we will create a new file. So write the file name app context .jsx. In this app context .jsx, we have to create the context where we can store the variables and functions, and we can use these variables and functions in any component. So here we have to add the import statement. So just add import curly braces create context from React. So we have imported create context from React, correct? Now using this create context, we will create a context variable. So just add export const app context equal to create context. Now for this context file, we will create a context provider function. So just add const app context provider equal to one arrow function, and here we will get the props. Now in this one, we can declare any state variables or functions, and we can access it in any component. So here let's declare this user state. So const user set user use state null. So we have declared it here. Now here we will create one variable. So just add const value equal to, it will be one object. So in this one, we can pass all our variables and functions. So we will pass this user and set user, correct? Next we have to return. So just add a return statement, and in this one just add app context. It will be opening tag app context, and here we will add app context dot provider. So you can see we have added app context dot provider and closing tag app context dot provider. Here in this one, we will add value and provide this value object, correct? And within this tag, just add curly braces props dot children, correct? Now what we have to do, we have to export this app context provider. So just copy this one and here just add export default app context provider. That's it. So now we have created the context, and from this context we can access the variables and functions in any component. Correct. We have already explained this context hook in a dedicated video where I have explained all the React hooks. I will provide that video link in the description. Now after adding this, we'll come back to the main.jsx file. So just open main.jsx and here we have to add the app context provider. So first we have to import that. So here just add import app context provider from context folder app context.jsx file. So we have imported it, app context provider, and after this browser router we will add this tag. Just add app context provider, close this tag, and we will move this closing tag here. After this app component. So you can see what we have in this file. First we have the browser router, and in this browser router we have the app context provider, and in this app context provider we have the app component. Now in this app component we have the support of this app context provider, right? So we can access the context file in this app. Correct. Now let me remove this strict mode from here because we have already removed it. After that we will come back to the navbar.jsx file. In this navbar.jsx file we need the user. So we will get the user from context. So just add const curly braces user equal to use context. Let's select this use context from this suggestion. So use context has been imported, and in this use context we have to provide the context that we have created. So we have created app context. Select this from the suggestion. So this app context has been imported. Now we have the user in this file also, and if you want to update the user, so you can go to this app context, and instead of this null we can make it anything. So if I come back to the web page, here we are getting some error. So let's inspect it and go to console. You can see we have the error. The above error occurred in app context provider. Use state is not defined. So let's come back, and you can see here we have added use state, but we have not imported it, right? So just add use state, select it from here. So the use state has been imported from React. That's it. Save the changes, again come back to the web page, and now you can see here we have the navigation bar with pricing link and login button because the user is logged out. Now if I come back, and instead of this null we will make it true. Save the changes and come back to the web page, and you can see now we have this credit left button, then user's name and profile icon with logout link. Correct? So just come back and again make it null. Later we will connect the backend so that we will get the status of this user from our backend. Here in this navbar.jsx file you can see we have added this button that is for the credit. So whenever we will click on this button, it should open the buy credit page. So here also we can use the on click, and here just add the arrow function, and in this one use this navigate, and in this one just provide the path /buy. The same thing that we have added here. You can see we have added in this p tag, and here also we have added this same thing. Correct? Save the changes, and you can see our navigation bar is working. Now we have completed the navigation bar, and after completing the navigation bar, let's come back to the Figma design. And in this one you can see below this navigation bar we have this header section, and in this header you can see we have this small text with icon, then this welcome text, a small description, one button, and some images. Correct? So we have to create this header section, and this header section will be displayed on home page. So let's come back to the VS Code editor and let's open sidebar, and in this sidebar here we have the components folder. So in this components folder, right click and select new file and write the file name header.jsx. Here we will use RAFCE, write header. Correct. And after that we will open home.jsx file, and in this home.jsx file we have this div, and in this div just add opening tag header. Select this one from the suggestion, so the header component has been imported. Close this tag, save the changes, come back to the web page. Here you can see we have the text called header that is coming from this component, this one, right? So let me remove this header, and in this one we have to add the text with one icon. So in this header let's add one div, and in this one let's add one text in p tag. Let's move it in next line, and in this p we will add the text. So this is the text, and after this text we will add one star icon. So just add the img tag, and here let's add the curly braces assets dot star icon, and you can see the assets has been imported. Correct. Save the changes, come back to the web page. You can see here we have the text and icon. Correct. Now just come back, and here we have the first div. So in this one we will add the class name. So in this one let's add the flex layout. So just add flex. Here we will add flex and flex column so that it will be displayed vertically. Then we will add justify center and items center. After that we have to add the text center, then margin from y-axis 20. Correct. Now we have this div, and in this div we will add the class name property, and in this one we will add text color. So just add text a stone 500. This is the text color. Then we will add the inline flex. After that text center. Then we will add the gap of 2. Then we will change the background. So just add bg white. Next we will add the padding from x-axis, that is 6, and padding from y-axis 1. After that we will add rounded full. Next we will add the border, and then we will add the border colors. So just add border neutral 500. Save the changes, come back to the web page. Now you can see this text and icons are looking good with this button style. After that we have to add a large text. So just come back, and after closing of this div we will add one title in h1. So in this h1 tag we will add the text turn text to image in seconds. So this is the text. You can see this text here. Correct. Now for this title we will add the class name, and we have to increase the size of this text. So just add text 4XL. After that we will add maximum width, that is 300 pixel. Then we will add the different text size for a smaller screen. Then we will add a small, and here we will add maximum width, and we will add one custom width here. So let me add 590 pixel. Correct. And now we will add the margin from the left side and right side. So just add mx auto. Then we will add the margin from top 10 and text center. Save the changes, come back to the web page. You can see this text in the center and in large size. Next, we have to change the color of some portion of this text. Correct. So just come back, and here you can see we have this text turned to, and after that we have this image. So let me wrap this image in a span tag. So here just add opening arrow span, close it, and close this span tag after this image text. Now for this span tag we can add the class name property, and here just add the text color. So just add text blue 600. That's it. Save the changes, come back to the web page, and now you can see this image text is in blue color. Now after this title text, we will add a small description in p tag. So let me just come back, and here just after this h1 let's add a space and we will add the p tag. In this p tag we will add one description text. So this is the description, and here we will add the class name also. So in this one let me add the classes. We will add the text center, then we will add the maximum width and margin X auto and margin top 5. That's it. Save the changes, and now you can see here we have this text. Correct. After this text, let's come back, and here we have to display one button. So after this p tag we will add the button tag, and in this button we will add the button text, that is generate images, and then we'll add the icon also. So just add the img tag. Let me move it in the next line so it will look good. So in this image tag we have to add the image. So just add src assets dot star group. Come back to the web page. Here you can see we have this generate image text, then we have these stars. Correct. So we have to add the css properties for this button. So let me just come back, and in this button let's add the class name, and here we will provide the text size for small device. So just add text LG, then we will add the text size, then we will add the text white. After that we will add the background. So the background will be black, bg black. Next we have to add the width auto and margin top 8. Then we will add the margin from x axis, that is 12, and padding from y, that is 2.5. Then we will add the flex so that the icon and button text will be aligned side by side. Then item center, then we will add the gap of 2, then rounded full. That's it. Save the changes and come back to the web page. You can see it looks like a button, but now we have to decrease the size of the star icon. So just come back, and here we have the image tag, and in this one we will add the class name and just provide the height 6. Save the changes. Now you can see this generate image button is looking good. Correct. After that we have to add some more content. So let me just come back to the Figma design, and in this one you can see after this button we have these images. So we have total 6 image. Correct. And then we have one small text, generated images from Imagify. So we have to display 6 images and this a small text in this header section. So let me just come back to the VS Code, and after this button let's add space, and here we will add one div. Now in this div we have to display multiple images, so we will use one array. So just add curly braces, array 6. So the array length will be 6. Then we will add the fill and it will be empty string. Then we'll use the map method. Now in this map, we can add the arrow function, correct? And in this parameter, we will take item and index, correct? Now in this one, we have to display the image using the img tag. So just add the img tag. And in this image tag, we have to display the images. So just add the curly braces. And here we can use assets dot sample image 1 like this. And for this one, we have to add the key property. So just add key is equal to index. And then we'll add the width. And this width will be after this index. And in this width, just add 70. Now, if I come back to the web page, you can see we don't have the image here. So let's come back. Instead of this curly braces, we have to use the small bracket. Here also we will add a small bracket like this, correct? Now just come back, and here you can see we have 6 images that is displayed vertically, correct? Now just come back, and here in this image tag, let's add the class name. So here we will add rounded, then hover. So whenever we will hover on this one, it should increase the size. So just add a scale 105. Then we will add the transition all. Then we will add the duration 300. Then cursor pointer. After that, we will add the max SM width 10. And now here we have this div also. So in this div, we will add the class name property so that we can align all the images side by side. So in this div, we will add flex, then flex wrap, then justify center. Then we will add the margin from top 16, and we will add the gap 3. Now just come back to the web page, and you can see these images are aligned horizontally, correct? Now here you can see the same image in all positions, right? So now we have 2 images. So I will display the images in alternate position. First it will display the sample image 1, then it will display sample image 2, then again sample image 1 and sample image 2, like that. For that, here we will use the ternary operator. So let me add it in new line so that you can see clearly. Here in this src we have assets dot sample image 1, correct? So instead of adding this, we will use the ternary operator. We will add index %2. If it is 0, then what will happen? It will display sample image 2, correct? And here we will add colon, then provide assets dot sample image 1. So what is happening here? If it is divisible by 2, then it will display sample image 2, and if it is not divisible by 2, then it will display the sample image 1. That's it. Save the changes and come back to the web page again. You can see here we have the first image, second image, then again first image, second image, again first image and second image. It looks good. After this image, we have to display one small text. So just come back, and here we have this array and this div that contains all the images. So after this div, let's add one p tag, and in this p tag we will add the text generated images from Imagify, and in this one also we will add the classes. So just add the class name property, and we will add margin from top text neutral 600. That's it. Save the changes and come back to the web page. Now you can see very small text below this image. So now we have completed the header section of our application. After completing this header section, let's come back to the Figma design. And here you can see after this header, we have this content where you can see the text called how it works. And here we have some steps. Describe your vision, watch the magic, download and share. So these are the steps to generate the image. So next we have to create this steps components. Correct. So let's come back to the VS Code editor. And in this left sidebar, we will go to components, right click here and select new file. And here we will add the file name steps.jsx. In this one, we will add RAFCE and it will create this functional component. Correct. Now in this one, we have to add the content from the assets file. You can see assets.js, and in this one you can see we have added a steps data. So this is one array, and in this array we have 3 objects. Correct. So we have to display the data from this steps data array. Now just come back, and in this steps.jsx file, first in this div we have to add the title. So here let's add the title in h1 tag, and in this title we will add the text called how it works. Now in this h1 we will add the class name properties. So in this one we have to provide some classes like text 3xl, then we will add the text size for small screen device, then we will add the font weight, that is semi bold, and we will add the margin from the bottom MB2. After this title there will be one small text in p tag. So here let me add the text transform words into stunning images, and here let's add the class name, and here just add the text large. After that we will add the text color, so just add text gray 600, then we will add the margin from the bottom MB8 like this. So we have added the title and description in a small p tag. After that we have to add one div. So after this p tag we will add one div, and in this div we have to display the steps data. So here let's add the curly braces, just add the steps data. Select this from the snippet, so you can see the steps data has been imported from the assets folder assets file. So this is one array. So on this array we can use the map method. So let's add dot map. In this one we have to add the arrow function. So just add one arrow function, and here we will use this small bracket. Correct. Now in this parameter we will add the item, then we will add index. Now in this one let's add one div, so it will return a div, and in this div we have to add one image. So just add the image. In this image let's add curly braces, and here we will use this item because each object contains one property called icon. So just add item dot icon. After that here let's add div, and in this div we will add the steps title and steps description. So we will add the title in h2 tag. So just add the curly braces, and here we will add the item dot title. After that we will add the p tag, and in this one we will add same thing, and instead of title we will add description like this. And here we have this div. So in this div, just add the key property, and in this key we will add index like this. Save the changes, and next we have to mount this steps component in home page. So just open home, and after this header, let's add a steps. So a steps component has been imported. Close this tag. Save the changes. Now just come back to the web page. Scroll down, and here you can see we have the title, how it works, then a small description, then we have the icons for different steps, then a steps title description, correct? So now we have to provide the CSS for this element. So just come back, and first we have this div. So in this div, just add the class name property, and here we have to add flex. Then we will add flex column, so it will be displayed vertically. After that we will add items center, then justify center, then we will add the margin y 32, correct? After that, here we have the title in h1. So in this title we have already provided the classes, and in this description also. Then we have this div that contains steps. So in this div, let's add the class name property, and here we will add a space y 4. Then we will add the width full, then we will add the maximum width, and after that we will add the text size, so the text will be small, correct? Next we have this div for individual item, right? So for individual item, let me add the class name. In this one we will add flex and item center, then we will add the gap of 4. After that we will add the padding 5, then padding x 8, then we will add the background, so bg white /20, so the opacity will be 20%. It means the background color opacity. Now we will add the shadow medium, then we will add the border, then cursor pointer, and after that we will add the hover effect. So just add hover and just add a scale, and in this scale we will add the custom value, in this a square bracket, so we will add 1.02, correct? Then we will add the transition all and duration 300. After that, in this image tag we have to provide the width, so just add the width 40. Then we have this a small title and a small description. So in this h2 tag, just add the class name, and here we have to add the text size and font weight. So I will provide text XL and font medium. Now in this p tag we will add the class name, and here we will just add the text color. So the text color is gray 500. Save the changes and come back to the web page. Now you can see these steps are looking good, and here in these individual steps we have to add the round corners, right? So just come back, and here in this div, after this duration 300, just add rounded large. Save the changes and come back to the web page. Now you can see these steps are looking beautiful, correct? So after completing this steps section, let me just come back to the Figma design, and here you can see we have the next section, that is the description section, where we can add the title, small description, and then we have the content in 2 columns, left and right side. In the left side we will add the image, and in the right side we will add the description. So just come back, and in the left sidebar open this src folder, then right click on this components folder, and here we will create a new file and write the file name description.jsx. Here just add RAFCE, and in this one we have to add the title. So in this div we will add the title in h1. So in this title we will add the text called create AI images. After that we will add the text in p tag, that is the small description. So here just add the text like this. So in this div we have added the title and a small description. Now let's add some CSS properties. So in this one we will add the class name, and here we will add flex column, item center, justify center like this. After that we have to add the margin from y-axis, then we will add the padding, and we will add the padding x for medium screen size. So we have added my p6, then px 28. After that we have the title and description. So let's add the CSS properties for this one. So in this h1 just add the class name, and let's increase the text size, text 3XL. Then for a small device we will add text 4XL. Then font semi bold. Then we will add margin bottom 2. After that in this description we will add class name, and for this one we will add text gray 500, and in this one we will add the margin from the bottom 8 like this. Now save the changes, and after that we have to mount this description component on home page. So let's open home.jsx, and after this steps let's add description component. So description component has been imported. Close this tag. Now just come back to the web page, and if I scroll this web page, here you can see we have the title, create AI images, and this a small description. After that we have to add the content in two columns, left and right side. So let's come back, open description.jsx file, and after this p tag let's add a space. Here we will add one div, and in this div in the left side we will add the image using the img tag, and here let's add the image from assets dot sample image 1. After that we will add the class name also. So here for this image let's provide the class name width 80. For Excel screen size we will add width 96. After that we will add rounded, it will be large. Then we will add one div. So after this image we have added one div that will be displayed in the right side. Now in this div we have to add one text in the h2 tag. So just add h2 and write this text, correct? And after this text we will add description in p tag. So let's add the p tag, and in this p we will add the text, correct? And after that we will add one more text in p tag. So just add another p tag and paste this text, correct? So now we have the image and text. Now just come back to the web page. Here you can see we have this image and we have these text below this image. So we have to align it side by side. So let me just come back. And for this div, we will add the class name. So in this div, just add the class name property, and here let's provide flex and flex column and gap 5. Now we will add the medium screen size. So for medium screen size, we will increase the gap. So the gap will be 14. After that, we will add medium screen, and for this medium screen size, we will add flex row so that it will be displayed side by side. And for a small and mobile phone screen, it will be displayed vertically. Correct? After that, we have to add item center. That's it. Save the changes and come back to the web page. Now you can see this image in the left side and this text in the right side. Correct? Now just come back, and here we have this div where we have added the h2 and p. So for this h2, let me add the class name, and in this one we have to increase the text size. So the text size will be 3XL. Then we will add the font medium so that the font weight will be increased. Then we will add the maximum width, and after that we will add margin from bottom 4. After that, here we have the p tag also. So in this p tag, we will add the class name, and in this one we will add the text color and margin bottom. So the text color is gray 600. Let me add the same text color in the next text, that is next p tag. So just add the class name and provide this color. That's it. Now save the changes and come back to the web page. Here you can see this text are looking good. And if I come back to the Figma design, you can see it looks same. Correct? So now we have completed our description section also, and after this description we have to display this testimonial section. To create this testimonial section, let me just come back to the VS Code and close this file, and let's open sidebar, and in this components folder we will create a new file with the name testimonials.jsx. Here we will use RAFCE snippet. Now we have to mount this testimonials component in the home page. So just open home.jsx, and after this description, just add opening arrow and write testimonials. Select this from the snippet. So the testimonial component has been imported. Close this tag. Correct? So we have mounted the testimonials in this home page. After that, we will add the elements in this testimonial component. So in this one, here we have this div, and within this div we have to add the title and one text. So let me just copy the title from the previous section. So let me just open description, and from here just copy the class name from the first div and paste it in this one. So here we have added flex column, item center, justify center, and in this my we will add 20. Then we will add the padding y 12 and remove this px. Correct? After that, we have added this title and description in h1 and p tag. So just copy this one from the description part and paste it here. So we have added the h1 and p, and in this one we have to update the text. So first we will update this title. It is customer testimonials, and here we will add the small text in p tag. So we have updated the text in p tag. So here you can see we have added text 3XL, then text 4XL, then font semi bold and margin bottom 2. And in this one we have added text gray 500 and margin bottom and we will make it 12. So margin bottom is 12. After adding this, if I come back to the web page, scroll down, and here you can see customer testimonials and this a small text. After that, we have to display the testimonials in 3 columns, and we have already added the testimonial data in the assets. So if I open assets folder, assets file, so in this one you can see we have one array called testimonials data, and here we have added the testimonials in each object. So here you can see we have added the testimonials array, and in this array we have 3 objects that represents individual testimonial data. Correct? So we have to use this data to display the testimonial on our home page. So in this testimonials.jsx file, after this p tag, let's add one div. And for this div, let me add the classes also. So just add the class name property, and in this one we will provide flex wrap, and we will add the gap of 6. After that, in this div we will use curly braces, and here just use testimonials data from assets. It has been imported. In this one we can use the map method because it is an array, and in this map method we will add the arrow function. So just add one arrow function, and here we will use a small bracket. Now in this parameter we will add testimonial and index. So this is the individual testimonial data, and this is the index number. Now in this we will add one div, and it will return this div, and in this div we have to add the key property. So in this key we will add the index like this. Now within this div we have to display the user's image, then user's name, then role, and we will display the star rating, then we will display the testimonial text. So we will display that in one div. So just add div, and in this div just add the image, and in this src just add testimonial, that is the single testimonial data dot image. So we will get the image, and for this image just add the class name, and here just add rounded full so that it will be circle, and we will add the width 14. That's it. If I save the changes, come back to the web page, here you can see we have 3 users image because we have total 3 testimonial data, right? So right now we have just added the image using this map, right? And after this image we have to add the name. So we will display the name in h2. So in this h2 just add curly braces, and we will add testimonial dot name. So it will be the user's name, correct? After that, duplicate this line and we will make it p, closing p tag also, and here we will add testimonial dot role, correct? And after that we have to add one div. So after this p tag, let's add one div, and in this div we have to add the star rating. So let's add one class name here, and in this class just add flex margin bottom 4. Now we will add one array. So just add curly braces array, and in this one we have to add this testimonial dot stars, then dot fill, and here we will add dot map. Here also we will add the arrow function with a small bracket, and in this map parameter we will add item and index. Now based on this index, we will display the star icons. So in this small bracket, we will add the img tag, and here just add key property. In this key property, we will add index, and after that we have the src. So in this src, just add curly braces, and we will provide assets dot rating star, like this. And after that we have to display the testimonial text. So after closing of this div, here we will add p tag, and in this p tag we have to display the testimonial text. So just copy this one, paste it here, and instead of name we will add text. Correct. Now let's come back to the web page, and here you can see we have the user's image, name, role, star rating, and this testimonial text. So in all testimonial you can see 5 star. Correct. So let me just come back and open assets, and here you can see we have the stars 5, 5 and 5 in each. So let me add 4 in this one. In the second one we will add 4. Save the changes and come back to the web page. Now in this one you can see we have 4 stars. In this one we have 5 and 5. Correct. Next we will add the css properties for this component. So just come back, and in this testimonials.jsx we have one div where we have added all the testimonials, right? Then we have this div where we have added the key property. Correct. So in this one we will add the class name. Let me make it in new line so that we can see the text clearly. So here we have to add the background color. So just add bg white /20. After that we will add the padding 12. Then we will add rounded, it is large. Then we will add shadow, it will be medium. After that we will add border and width. So just add the border, and the width will be 80. Then we will add the margin auto. After that we will add cursor pointer. Next we will add hover, and in this hover we will increase the size. So just add a scale 1.02. Then we will add the transition all. Correct. Then we have this div. Correct. So in this div we will add the class name property, and in this one we will provide the flex column and items center, like this. Next we have this image, and in this image we have already added the class name. Then we have the title in h2. So in this h2 we will add the class name property, and here we have to add the text size, font weight and margin from the top. So we will provide text excel, font semi-bold and margin top 3. After that we have this p tag where we have added the role. So here just add the class name property, and in this one we have to change the text color, and we will add the margin from the bottom. So we will add text gray 500 and margin bottom 4. Correct. Then we have this div where we have added the class name. Then we have this image for star rating. Then at the end we have this testimonial text. So in this one also we will add the class name. So just add class name, and here we have to add the text center. Then we will add the text size small. Then we will add the text color. So the text color will be gray 600, like this. Now save the changes and come back to the web page. Here you can see these testimonials are looking good, and here we have some hover effect. So now we have completed the testimonial section also. Correct. After that we will come back to the Figma design, and here you can see after this testimonial we have to display this title and this button. So for this one, we have to create one component. So let me add a new component. In this left sidebar, we have the components folder. Right click and select new file. And here we will add the file name generate button.jsx. So we have added generate btn.jsx because here we will add one button. Now we will add RAFCE snippet. And after that, we have to mount this component in home page. So just open home.jsx, and after this testimonials, we will add generate btn. So generate btn component has been imported. Correct. After that, let's open generate btn component. And in this one, here we have to add one title. So within this div, let's add one title in h1. And in this title, we will add the text, see the magic, try now. And after this title, we will add one button. So just add the button tag. And in this button, we will add generate image text. And after that, we will add one icon also. So just add the img tag. And here in this src, we will add curly braces, then assets dot star group. Correct. And in this one, we have to add the height. So let's add the class name property and h6. So the height is 6 for this star group image. After that, here we have this button and h1 tag. So for this h1, let's add the classes. So we will add the class name property, and in this one, let me add these classes. So for this title, we have provided text 2xl, then text 3xl, then text 4xl for different screen size, then margin top, font semi-bold, text neutral 800, padding y6 and padding y16. Correct. After that, here we have this button. So in this button also, we will add the classes. So here, let's add the class name property. And in this class name, we will provide inline flex, item center, gap 2, padding x12, padding y3, rounded full, then we will add the background color black, text color white, then margin auto, then we will add the hover effect. So it will increase the size whenever we will hover on the button. Transition all, duration 500. Correct. After that, here we have this div. Right. So in this div also, we will add the class name, and in this one, we will add the padding from the bottom. So just add padding bottom 16 and text center. That's it. After adding this, let's come back to the web page. Here you can see we have this see the magic text and this generate images button. Correct. Now let's come back to the Figma design, and here you can see after this section we have the footer. Correct. And this footer will be displayed in all pages. So we have to add this footer component outside of the router. So let me just come back to VS Code. And first we will create the footer component. So in the left sidebar, go to components folder, right click and select new file and write the file name footer.jsx. Here we will use RAFCE, and in this footer component, we have to add the class name in this div. So in this div, we will add the class name, and we will use the flex so that the content will be aligned side by side. So just add flex, then item center and justify between. Correct. Then we will provide the gap. So the gap will be 4. After that, we will add the padding from y-axis, that is 3. Then we will add the margin from top, that is 20. Correct. Now in this footer, we will add the logo in the left side. So here just add the img tag, and in this one we have to add the path, or we will provide the logo. So just add assets dot logo, and for this image we have to provide the width also. So just add the width, and the width is 150, correct? And after that we have to add one text. So after this image we will add one p tag, and in this p tag we will add the copyright text. So this is the text: copyright Great Stack dev, all right, reserved. Now after this text we have to add some links. So we will use the div, and in this div we will add images. So just add the img tag, and for this one we will add curly braces assets dot Facebook icon, and for this image we will provide the width also. So just add the width 35, correct? Now just duplicate it, and instead of Facebook icon we will add Twitter icon. Now in the next one we will add Instagram icon, correct? Now we have to align these images side by side. So here with this div we will add the class name, and we will add flex, and we will provide the gap. So the gap will be 2.5. Then we have this p tag, correct? So in this p also we will add the class name, and here let's add flex1. So it will use the entire space available in the row. Then we will add the border 1, then we will add border color. So just add border gray 400. After that we will add padding from left side, so it is 4. Then we will add text a small, then we will add text color. So just add text gray 500, correct? And for mobile device it will be hidden. So just add max sm, it will be hidden. After adding this we have to mount this footer component in the app.jsx file. So let's open app.jsx. In this one you can see here we have the routes. So after this routes let's add opening arrow. We will use footer and select this from the snippet. So this footer component has been imported. Close this tag. So here you can see we have added this footer outside of this routes. That's why this footer will be displayed on all the pages. Save the changes, come back to the web page, scroll down, and here you can see at the bottom we have this footer. So in the left side we have the image, then copyright message, and in the right side we have these icons. If I go to Figma design, you can see it is same as this design. Here we have to add the vertical line in the left side, as you can see here, correct? So let me just come back, and we have added it, but it is not visible. If I go to footer.jsx, you can see we have added border. It will be border L, it means border left. Save the changes, come back. And it will be border left. Let me correct the spelling also. It is border L, then border gray, padding left, right. Save the changes and come back to the web page. Now you can see we have a vertical line before this text. So now we have completed the home page of our application. After completing the home page, next we will create the second page. So let me see this Figma design, and you can see here we have the another page, that is the result page, so that whenever people will enter the prompt, then they can see the result image on this page like this, correct? So to create this result page, let me just come back to the VS Code. Here we will come to left sidebar, and in this one we have result.jsx file. So let's open this file, result.jsx, and in this one you can see we have this text called result page. And if I come back to the web browser, and in this path if I type /result, so it will display the result page. So in this page you can see the navigation bar and footer, it is already there. Then we have this text called result page. So we will remove this text and we will add these content like this image, this loading text, this form where user can enter the prompt and click on this generate button. Correct. So let's come back and remove this one. And here in this div, let's add another div. And within this div, we have to add one class name. So let's add class name, and we'll add the class name relative. And within this, we will add one image. So add the img tag, and here we will provide the image. So just add curly braces assets dot, and here we will use sample image 1. So we have added this image, and in this image we will add the classes. So just add the class name, and for this one let's provide the maximum width. It is small. After that we will add the border radius. So just add rounded. Correct. After this image we will add a span tag, and using this span we will display one horizontal line below the image. So let me add the self closing tag like this. Now in this one we will add the class name, and here let's provide absolute. So the position will be absolute. Then we will add bottom 0, left 0, then we will add the height 1. After that we will add the background blue 500. After that we will add the width full, and then we will add the transition all. Then we will add the duration, and in the duration we will add 10 seconds. Correct. If I save the changes and come back to the web page, here you can see this image and this horizontal line. Correct. Now let me just come back, and after this div we will add one text. So just add the p tag, and in this text we will add the message loading. After adding this text, just come back, and here you can see this text loading below this blue horizontal line. After that we have to add one form where we will add the input field and button. So after this p tag and after this closing div tag, here we will add another div, and we cannot return two div like this. So before this div, here let me add one form tag. We will add this form tag and close this form here at the end. So we are just returning one form tag, and in this one we have the first div, and now we will create the second div. Now in this second div, let's add one input field. So just add input. The type will be text, and after that we will add the placeholder, and in this placeholder let me add describe what you want to generate. So this is the placeholder text, and after that we will add the class name property. So let's add the class name, and here we will add the classes. So let's add flex1, background transparent, outline none, margin left 8, and max sm, width 20, correct? And after that we have to add one button. So after this input field we will add one button tag, and in this button we will add the text called generate, correct? And the button type will be submit. And now in this button we will add the class name. So just add class name property, and here we have to add the background, then we will add the padding. After that we will add the padding for small screen device, then padding Y, then rounded full. So we have added this CSS properties in the button. After that you can see here we have this input field where we can type anything, and here we have this button, correct? Next we will add one more thing. In this div we will add the class name. So in this div we will add flex so that it will be aligned side by side. After that we will add the width, that is full. Then we will add the maximum width XL. After that we have to add the background, and we will make the text white. So we have added the background and text white, correct? And now then we will add the padding and margin top and border radius. So we will add text small, padding 0.5, margin top and rounded full. After writing this you can see here we have this input field with this generate button. Now let me just come back, and here you can see we have added the form tag. So in this form also we will add the class name. So in this form tag we will add the class name, and here we have to provide flex and flex column. Then we will add the minimum height, and after that we will add justify center and item center. Save the changes, come back to the web page. Now you can see here we have this image, then this blue horizontal line, then loading, and here we have the input field and generate button, correct? Next we have to change the color of this placeholder text. For that we have to use a custom class name. In this input field we will add our own class name. So let's add placeholder color. Just copy this class name and we will open index.css file. Here we will add this class name, and for this class name we will provide the CSS properties. So in this one we will add the color and font weight. So we have added this color and this font weight. After that let's come back to the web page. Now you can see the color for this placeholder text, and in this input field we can write anything. Like this. After this input field and button we will add two other buttons, that is generate another, and the second button name is download. So just come back and we will open result.jsx file, and here we have this closing form tag. So before this one we will add a space, and here let's add one div, and within this div let's add the p tag, and in this one we will add the text called generate another. Duplicate it, and in this one we will add the text called download. So instead of this p we will use the a tag. So let me just remove it, and here we will add one a tag, and the link text is download, correct? Now let's add the CSS properties. So in this div let's add the class name, and here let's provide these classes. We will provide flex, gap, flex wrap, justify center, text white, text small, then padding 0, then margin top and border radius, that is rounded full. After that we will add the classes in this p tag. So just add the class name, and here we will provide background transparent, border jink 900, text black, padding X, padding y, rounded full, and cursor pointer. After that, we will add the class name in this a tag. So here, let's add class name, and in this one, just provide this class name, background Jink 900, that is the background color, then padding from x and padding from y axis, rounded full, cursor pointer. Correct. Now whenever we will click on this link, that is download, it should download the image. So here we have to provide the image, and here we have to provide one more attribute, that is download. So just add download. That's it. Save the changes and open the web page. Here you can see we have generate another and download button. Correct. Now just come back and you can see here it is displaying this input field also and this button also. So what we have to do, we have to either display this input field or this button. So what happens whenever we don't have any image, then we will display this input field so that user can type something and generate the image. And after generating the image, it will hide this input field and it should display the download button so that user can download the generated image, or user can click on this button to generate another image. Correct? So either we have to display this one or this one. So just come back, and here before this return statement, let me add some state variables. So first let's add const, we will add image and set image. This setter function name is set image, and in this one we will add use state. To create the state variable, we are using use state, and here we will add the image. So just add assets dot sample image 1. Now instead of using this assets dot sample image 1 in this img tag, here we can use this state. So simply add this image like this. Correct? And after that, if I scroll down, here we have added the href. Correct? So in this href, let's add the curly braces and provide this image state so that whenever user will click on this download button, it will download this image because we have added the download attribute in this a tag. Correct. Now here we will create another state variable. So let's add const, and we will add the name is image loaded, and the setter function name is set is image loaded, and here we will add use state. Then we will add the initial value, so initialize it with false. So it means initially image is not loaded. So when the image is not loaded, then what will happen? We have to display this one. We have to display this input fields that is added in this div. You can see the entire div. This div contains one input field and one button. So this div will be displayed whenever the image is not loaded. So here let's add, we will add the curly braces, and here we will add not of is image loaded. Then we will add the AND operator, and here we will provide this div. So what we have to do, we have to just remove this curly braces from here and paste it here after this div. So when it is true, then only this will be displayed. And come back to the web page. Still you can see it is displayed here because here we have added not of is image loaded. So is image loaded is false, and we are using the not operator, so it becomes true. So if it is true, then this div will be displayed. Now we will add condition for this div. So here also we will add curly braces, and here simply add is image loaded. It means the image is already loaded. So in that case, we will display this div because the image is already loaded. Then user can download the image or user can click on the button to generate another image. So just move this curly braces here like this. Now just come back to the web page, and here you can see we have this input field, and if I change it, suppose we make it true. Now you can see what happens. Here we have this generate another button and download button. Correct? That input field is hidden because the image is already generated, so we can download the image. And if I make it false, then you can see again we have the input field and we don't have the download button. Next we have to add the feature for loading image. So let's come back, and here let's add another state variable const, and we will add variable name or a state name loading, and the setter function name is setLoading is equal to user state, and write the initial value false. So initially loading is false. So when the loading is false, then what we have to do? We have to hide this one. This text is displayed by default, so we have to hide this one whenever the loading is false. So in this p tag we will add the class name, and here just add curly braces. Now in this one we will check not of loading. Then what happens? We will add a class name called hidden, and if the condition is false, then we will add empty class name, that is empty string. That's it. Now just come back, and here you can see that loading text is hidden, and when I make it false or make it true, it means the loading is true. Correct? So when the loading is true, it will display this loading text. Now just come back and let me make it false. So it will be hidden. Now let me come back to the web page, and you can see here we have the input field. So let me hide this input field. So for that, here we have to make it true. So you can see the input field is hidden, and here we have the download button that will download the image, and here we have the generate another button. So now we have to add the click functionality on this generate another button. Correct? So just come back, and here we have this button generate another in this p tag. So in this p tag we will add the onClick property. So let's add a space here, and here we will add onClick, and in this one we will add one arrow function, and here we will call the setter function, that is set is image loaded, and we will make it false. So whenever it is false, then it will display the input field. So let me just click on this button. Now you can see here it is displaying the input field. Let me refresh it. Click on this generate another button. It is displaying this input field. So this click feature on this button is working fine. Correct? So now again let me make it false. So by default the input field will be displayed. After that, here you can see we have added this width full for this span tag. So here we will make the width 0, and so whenever the loading is true, then the width will be full, and whenever the loading is false, then we will add the width 0. For that, let me remove this single quote and we will make it backticks like this, and we have to wrap it in curly braces. Correct? So we have wrapped this class name in curly braces and we have added the backticks also. And after that you can see we have added width full, transition all, duration this one. Correct? So just remove it, and here we will add $, curly braces. We are using template literal, so just add loading, and we will check if the loading is true, then we will add these classes, that is width full, transition and duration. After that here we will add the colon. If it is false, then what will happen? It will add the width 0. So just add width 0. We have to add one single quote here. Now it is correct. Save the changes and come back to the web page. Now you can see that blue horizontal line is hidden, and if I make it true in this loading, if I make it true, then you can see this horizontal line is displayed and this loading text is displayed. And if it is false, then that horizontal line is hidden and that loading text is also hidden. Correct? Next we will create a state variable that will store the data that we will type in the input field. So here just add const state variable name is input, and the setter function name is set input equal to use state, and initialize it with empty string. Now we have to link this state with the input field. So let me just copy this set input and scroll down. Here we have this input field, correct? So in this one let's add a space, and here let's add on change. We will use this on change property, and here just add e, and we'll add the arrow function, and then provide this set input, and in this one we have to provide the value that is typed in this input field. So just add e dot target dot value. Now we will add the value property in this input field. So just add the value, and here just add the state input. That's it. So now whatever we will type in the input field, that will be stored in this input state, and using this input state we will generate the image. After that, here you can see we have created this form tag, and here we have this button to submit this form. You can see in this button we have added the type submit. So whenever we will submit this form, it should execute one function. So we will create one form submit handler function. So here before this return, let's add const. We will add the function name on submit handler equal to async. We will add the form submit event. It will get the event here, and then we'll create the arrow function. Now we'll complete this function later whenever we will create the backend of our application. And next we have to link this function with this form tag. So in this form tag we will add on submit, and in this curly braces just provide this function on submit handler. That's it. So whenever we will submit this form, it will execute this function, and we will complete this function after creating the backend of our application. So now let me just come back to the web page, and you can see we have completed our result page. Now let me just come back to the Figma design, and you can see after completing this result page, we have to create this price plan page, correct? So to create this one, let me just come back, and in this left sidebar we will come to buycredit.jsx file, correct? And in this one we have added this text called buy credit. So if I come back to the web browser, and here we will add buy in this URL path. So it will display this buy credit, then header and footer, correct? So just remove this buy credit text. Here in this div we have to add some elements. So let me just come back to the Figma design again, and in this one you can see first we have to create this button called our plans, then we have to add this title, then we will display the price plan in 3 columns, and we have the details of this price plan in the assets.js file, correct? So just come back, and within this div let's add one button, and in this button we will add the button text our plans, and after that we will add the title in h1. So in this one we will add the text called choose the plan. Now we will add some CSS properties. So first in this div let's add the class name, and here we have to add the minimum height, then we will add text center, then padding top and margin bottom. After that we will add the classes in this button. So just add the class name property. For this button we will add the classes. So let's add border gray 400, padding x, padding y, rounded full and margin bottom 6. After that we will add the class name in this title. So here just add the class name property, and in this one we have to add text center, then we will increase the text size 3XL, then font medium, margin bottom and margin bottom for small screen device. After adding this, save the changes and come back to the web page. And here you can see we have this button our plans, then we have this title choose the plan, correct? Next we have to display different plans. So just come back. In the left sidebar, go to assets.js file, and in this one here we have one array called plans, and here we have 3 objects, correct, for 3 different plans. So we will use this array to display the plans on our credit page. So here after this title that is added in the h1, here we will add one new div. So just add the space, and here let's create one div, and in this one we have to add the array. So let's add curly braces. We will add the array that is plans selected from the suggestion. So this plans has been imported from assets file. Now on this one we can use the map method. So just add dot map. On this map we will add one arrow function, and here we will use this small bracket. Now here in this parameter we will get individual item and index number, and in this one we will return one div. Now in this div we have to add the key property. So just add key and index, correct? Now within this div we have to add the image. So just add the img tag, and here let's add curly braces assets dot logo icon. So we will add the logo icon in the image. After that we will add the text in p tag. So let's add the p tag, and here we will add item dot id, correct? After that just duplicate it, and here we will add item dot description, correct? And after that we have to add the price also. So here just add the p tag, and in this one we have to add item dot price, correct? Then we'll add the / and here we have to display credit. So just add item.credits. Then we'll add the text credits. Correct? After adding this, let's come back to the web page, and here you can see we have 3 plans: basic, advanced and business. Correct? And here we are getting 10 for 100 credits, 50 for 500 credits. Let me add the dollar symbol also. So before this item.price, we will add dollar symbol. Save the changes. Now you can see $10 for 100 credits, $50 for 500 credits, $250 for 5000 credits. Here we are getting this lock icon, so let me just correct it. Yes, here we have added lock icon, so instead of this we will add logo icon. Now we have these logo icon. Correct? If I go to Figma design, you can see we have the same logo icon in all plan. Correct? So now we have to add the CSS properties to design the credit page. So after adding this content, let's come back, and here we have added this div. So first we'll add the CSS properties in this div. So in this one, let's add the class name, and we will provide flex wrap, justify center, gap 6 and text left. Correct? After that, here we have this div for the individual price plan. So in this div we will add the classes. So just add the class name, and we will provide background white, drop shadow small, border rounded large, padding y and padding x. Then we'll add text color. Then we will add the hover. So whenever we will hover on it, it will increase the size. Then transition all, duration 500. After that, we will add the CSS properties for this p tag, and before that we have to add the width in this image. So in this image we will add the width, that is 40. Now in this p tag where we have added the item ID, so let's add the class name, and in this one we have to add some margin from the top and margin from the bottom. Then we will add the font semi-bold. Then we have this description. So in this description we will add the class name, and we will provide text small. Correct? And after that we have this p tag where we have added the price, right? So in this p tag, let me add the class name, and here just provide margin top 6. So it will add a space from the top. After that, we have to wrap this price in a span tag. So let's add a span and move this closing tag here before this /. Correct? Now in this span tag we will add the class name, and here let's add text size 3XL and font medium. That's it. Save the changes and come back to the web page. Now you can see this price is looking good, $10 for 100 credits. Correct? After that we have to add one button in all plans. If I go to Figma design, you can see we have one button called get started, right? So just come back, and here after this span and this p tag, let me add one button tag, and in this button we will add the button text called get started. Correct? Now in this one we have to add the class name. So let's add the class name property, and here let's provide width full, background gray 800, text color will be white, margin top, then text small, rounded medium, then padding y and minimum width. Correct? After adding this, if I come back to the web page, this button looks like this. So let me just correct it. Here we have to add the correct spelling, button. Now you can see it looks perfect. Correct? Next we have to add different text in this button. Suppose the user is already logged in, then we have to display the button text called purchase, and if the user is not logged in, then we will display the text called get started, this one, right? For that we have to get the user here in this buy credit page. So if I open our app context, you can see in this app context we have already created this user state, correct? So we can get the user state from this context file in this buy credit page. So before this return statement, let's add const curly braces user, and we will get this user from use context hook, and here we have to provide our own context file, that is app context. So you can see app context has been imported and this use context has been imported, correct? So now we have this user, and based on this user we will update this button text. So here let's add curly braces, we will use this user, we will add ternary operator. If the user is available, then we will display the text called purchase, like this, and here we will add the colon. So if the user is not available, then what will happen? We will display this get started text. So add it in this quote, get started. Save the changes, come back to the web page. Now you can see the text called get started, correct? Now just come back, and from this app context, if I make it true, in this user we will make it true. Now you can see here we have the button text called purchase, correct? And if I make it false or null, then you can see here we have get started, correct? So now we have completed our buy credit page also. After that we have to create this sign in and sign up component. To create that, let's come back to the VS Code. Let's open the left sidebar, and here we have this components folder. So in this components folder we will create a new file and write the file name login.jsx. Here we will use RAFC snippet. Now we have to display this login form on the complete web page, and there will be a dark layer on the complete web page. So in this div we are going to add the class name, and in this class name we will provide the position absolute, so it will be fixed at its position. Then we will add left 0, top 0, right 0 and bottom 0. So it will cover the entire screen. After that we will add the z-index, then backdrop blur small, so the background will be blur. After that we will add the background color, and the background color opacity is 30%. Then we will add flex, justify center and item center, so that when we will add a form within this div, that form will be aligned in the center of the web page. Now within this div we have to add a form, so let's add a form tag. Remove this action. Now in this form we have to add 3 input field, that will be for the user's name, email and password. But before that we have to add one title also, like sign in or sign up, or I can add the login also. So in this form tag, let me add one title in h1, and in this title let me add the title text login, or instead of it we will add sign up, correct? And after that we will add one text also, so let's add the p tag, and in this one we will add this text. So after this title and text we have to add one div, and within that div we will add the icon and input field. So let's add one div, and within this div First we have to add one icon. So just add the img tag. In this src we will use the assets. Assets is not available, so let me import that. Import assets from /assets/assets file. Now from this assets we can access any icon. So let me add the icon user_icon. After this icon we will add the input field. So I'll add the input type will be text, and in this input field we will add the placeholder. So in the placeholder we will type full name, where user have to enter their full name. After that we will add required. So this field will be required to submit the form. After adding this, if I save the changes and come back to the web page, that form is not visible here because we have not mounted this component. So we have to mount this login component in this app component. So in this app component, we will mount the login component. So here, after this navigation bar, let's add login selected from the suggestions. So this login component has been imported, and let's close this tag. So we have mounted this login component in this app component. And after that, if I come back, here you can see we have a background layer on the complete screen, and here in the center we have the text sign up, welcome back, please sign in to continue, and here we have the input field. And that icon is not visible. Yes, it is visible here. It is in light color. So we will change the background color, then it will be visible clearly. Now just come back. We will add some CSS properties. And let's come back to the login.jsx file. So first let's add the CSS properties for the form tag. So you can see we have added the form tag here. So in this form tag we will add class name, and in this one we have to add position relative, then background, then we will add the padding, then rounded XL so that the corners will be round, and after that we will add text slate 500, that will be the text color, correct. And after that we have to add the classes in the title that we have added in h1 tag. So in this h1 we will add the class name, text center, we will increase the text size, text neutral 700, then font medium. After that we will decrease the size of this text written in the p tag. So here just add the class name and we will provide text small. After that we will add the CSS properties in this div where we have added the icon and input field. So in this one let's add the class name, and we will provide border, padding X, padding Y, flex item center, gap of 2 pixels, rounded full, and margin top. So this icon and input field will be aligned side by side. Now we have to add the classes in this input field. So in this one we will add the class name, and here we will provide outline none and text small. After adding this, save the changes and just come back to the web page. Now you can see we have this title sign up, then we have this text, and after that we have this small icon for user, then we have this text full name, correct, that is the placeholder text. So we have added the first input field. Now we will add 2 other input field also. So just come back and we will just duplicate this div. So let me just copy and paste it again. Now in the second one we have to update the icon, so it will be email icon, and in the third one we will add lock icon. So we have updated the icon, And after that we have to update the placeholder text. So in the second one we will add the placeholder text called email ID. So here we have the placeholder text full name, so instead of that we will add the email ID. Now in the next one we will add the placeholder text called password, and we will also update the input type. So in the second one we will add the input type email, and in the next one let's add the input type password. Correct. Now just come back to the web page. Here we have 3 input fields. We have to reduce the gap, so let me just come back. Here in the first one we have added margin top 5. So instead of that we will add margin top 4 in this one and in the third one also. So we have updated the space from the top. Correct. And after this input field we have to add one text. So we will add the p tag, and in this one we will add the text called forgot password, so that user can click on this link if they forgot the password. Now in this p tag we will add the class name property, and here we have to add some classes. So let's add text small, then text color, that is blue 600, then margin Y and cursor pointer. After that there will be one button to submit this form, so we will add the button tag, and in this button we have to add the button text. So let me add the button text create account, and in this button we will add the class name also, so just add the class name. And here we have to provide the background color for this button, and we will add the width. So we have added blue 600 background, then width full, then text white, and we will add the padding. After that we have added rounded full. So after adding this, let's come back to the web page. Now you can see here we have the forgot password and create account button. Correct. After this create account button, we will add the message to switch this form from login to sign up or sign up to login. For that just come back, and after this button let's add one p tag. So in this p tag we will add the text called don't have an account. So if you don't have an account, then there will be one link for sign up. So just add a span tag, and in this span tag we will add the link text called sign up. Correct. Now in this p tag we have to add the class name, and here let's add the margin from the top, and we will add text center. After that we have to add the class name in the span tag. So here we have the span tag, and in this one we will add the class name, and we will provide text color, then cursor pointer. After adding this, if I come back to the web page, here you can see we have the message don't have an account, sign up. Correct. Now we will add one more message. So let's add a space and duplicate this line, and in this one we will replace the message, so it will be already have an account. Correct. And if we already have an account, then there will be a link called login, so we can change the form to login. Correct. After that if I come back, and you can see now we have two messages, don't have an account, sign up, and there is another link already have an account, login. Next we have to create this switch option so that we can switch between login and sign up form. For that we have to create one state variable. So let's come back, and before adding that switch, let me add one close icon also. Using that we can close this form. So here at the end let's add the img tag, and in this one we will add the image from assets dot cross icon, and for this one we have to add the class name. So just add the class name, and here we have to provide the position, that will be absolute, then top 5 right 5 cursor pointer. That's it. Save the changes, and Here you can see we have a cross icon also. That is not working right now, but we will add the functionality so that when we click here, it will hide this form. But before hiding it, let me add the switch option to switch between login and sign up form. So whenever we will go to login form, then we have to hide this name input field. We have to enter the email ID and password only to log in into the account. So there will be two input field, email ID and password, when we will switch to login form. So just come back, and at the top, before this, return. Here let's add one state variable. So I will add const a state set state equal to use state. Use state has been imported, and here we will add the initial state value. So initially it will be in the login state. Login, correct? Now we will use this state to change the message. So let me just copy this state, and here you can see we have added the message called sign up. So instead of sign up, we will provide this state. So let's add curly braces and provide a state here. That is the state variable, correct? After that, you can see here we have this div that is for the name input field. We have added the placeholder full name. So it will be visible whenever the state is sign up or not equal to login. So we have to wrap this div in a curly braces like this. And before this div, we will add state not equal to login, question mark, a state not equal to login and operator. So whenever the state is not equal to login, then this div will be displayed. So after adding this, if I come back to the web page, you can see that name input field has been removed, and here we have the message called login, correct? After that, let's come back, and here you can see we have a button, and in this button we have added the message called create account, correct? So instead of adding this message create account, we will use the ternary operator. So in this button also we will add curly braces, and we will check state. If the state is equal to login, then we will add the button text called login, correct? And if the state is not equal to login, then we will add the button text called create account like this. So we have added this ternary operator. After that, here also we have two messages, so we have to display only one message based on the state. So let's wrap this one in a curly braces, and here let's add a state equal to login. So if the state is equal to login, then we will display this message sign up, correct? And here we will add the colon. It means when the state is not equal to login, then this second paragraph text will be displayed. So we have added this ternary operator to display different paragraph text, correct? Save the changes and come back to the web page. Now you can see here we have this login form with email ID, password and login button. Then we have this don't have an account sign up, correct? So we have the login form, so we can switch from login to sign up using this link. But now we have to add the functionality in this sign up link. So let me just come back, and here we have this a span tag called sign up, correct? So in this one we have to add the click feature. So here let's add on click, and in this one we will add one arrow function, and here simply add set a state, that setter function that will change the state value, and here we will add the state called sign up. That's it. Let me just copy this one and paste it in the second paragraph also within this span tag. So here, after this class name, let's add onClick equal to set state, and here we will add the state called login. So it will change the state between sign up to login. Now just come back, and right now you can see we have the login form, and if I click on this sign up link, now you can see the sign up form with 3 input field: name, email and password, and here we have the message already have an account, then login here. Just click here, so it will open the login form. So we can switch between login and sign up form. Next we have to add the functionality so that when we click on this cross icon, it will hide this login form, and whenever we will click on the login button, it will again display this login form. And right now you can see if I scroll this web page, we are able to scroll. Let me just come back to the home page. Right now we are at the home page, and you can see if I scroll this, we can scroll this web page. So we have to disable the scrolling whenever this login form is open. For that, just come back, scroll up before this return statement, and here let's add one use effect. In this one we will add the arrow function, and after that we will add the dependency array. So this arrow function will be executed whenever the component gets loaded. Now in this one we have to disable the scrolling. So here let's add document.body.style.overflow hidden, and here we will add return, then let's add arrow function, and in this one we will add document.body.style.overflow unset. So after adding this use effect, whenever there will be change like mount and unmount of this login component, then it will hide the overflow. It means it will disable the scrolling, and it will also enable the scrolling. So just come back, and you can see right now if I use the mouse wheel, we cannot scroll this web page because this component is open, this login form is open, so we cannot scroll this web page. So we have disabled the scrolling, and whenever we will close this component and this component will be unmounted, then we will be able to scroll this web page again. So now we have to add the close and open functionality for this login form. So just come back, and we have to add one state variable, and we will use that state variable in different components. That's why we will declare that in the context file. So here we have added the app context where we will store all our context variables. So here we have already declared a user state. So after that, let me add const so login, and here we will add set so login and initialize it with false. So by default, this set so login will be false. It means the login form will be hidden. Next, to use this state and setter function in different component, we have to pass it using this value. So let's copy it, and in this one we will add the comma and provide this one. We will provide the setter function also, that is set so login. Now we can access it in any component using this context. So let's come back to this login.jsx again, and here we have to get that so login and set so login from the context. So here let's add const, we will get set so login, and we will get it from use context. Select it, so use context has been imported, and here we have to provide the context name, that is app context. So this app context has been imported. Now we will use this set show login to disable or hide the login form. So after importing it, let's scroll down and we will come to cross icon. So you can see here we have this image where we have added the cross icon. So in this image, let's add the onClick property, and in this onClick we will add the arrow function and provide this set show login, and here we will make it false. Correct. And before that, here we have this form. So we have added the click functionality on this cross icon, and here you can see we have this login form. Now just come back and we will come to app.jsx file, and in this app.jsx file you can see we have mounted the login component. Correct. Now we have to add the condition for this login component. So here also we need the show login state variable. So we have to get it from the context. So just add const curly braces show login, and we will get it from use context hook and the context name, that is app context. Now we have the show login, and if this show login is true, then only we have to display this login component. Correct. So here let's add it in the curly braces, and we will add show login, then we will add the AND operator. So whenever this show login is true, then only this login component will be mounted. Now save the changes and come back to the web page. Right now you can see that login form is hidden. Correct. Now to enable this login form, we have to add the functionality on this login button. Here we have this login button. Correct. So let's come back and we will go to navigation bar. So here we have the navbar component, and in this navbar component you can see we have added this login button. Here it is. So here we have this login button. Now on this login button we have to add the click functionality that will make the set show login state true. So here also we need the set show login from the context. So you can see we have already used the context here. We are getting the user from context. So from this context we will get the set show login. Now just copy it, and here in this login button we will add the onClick property and add the arrow function and provide this setter function, and here we will make it true so that this component, that is the login component, will be visible. Make it true, save the changes and come back to the web page. Now you can see we have the login button, and if I click here, it is displaying this login component, and we can switch between login and sign up form. Correct. And now if I click on this cross icon, you can see it will hide this login form. Correct. The login form is hidden, and if I click on the login button, again it is visible, and we cannot scroll this web page. And if I click on cross icon, now again we are able to scroll this web page. So now we have created the login component also. So now we have created all the pages and components for this app. Next we have to add the animation. For that we will use the framer motion. To add animation, let's open a new tab and search for framer motion. Open this website, then click on quick start. In the left side you can see we have JS and React. So let me click on React. Then click on quick start. And here you can see we have the steps to use the framer motion in your React project. So scroll down, and here you can see the command npm install motion. Just copy it and come back to your VS Code. Let's open the terminal, and here we have to stop this project using Ctrl+C, Y. Press enter. Now use this command npm install motion, press enter. After that, again start the project using npm run dev. So our project is running. Now we can hide this terminal and let's see the next step. After completing this npm install motion, let's scroll down and here you can see the next step is to import motion from framer motion. So you have to import this motion in the component where you want to animate the elements. So let me just copy it and come back to the VS Code, and I want to add the animation in header section. So let's open header.jsx file, and in this one here we will add this statement, import motion from framer motion, correct? Now just come back and here you can see the next step is to use this motion component. So whenever you are using div component or any HTML element, then in that one you have to add the motion. If you are using div, then it will be motion.div. If you are using ul, then it will be motion.ul. If you are using img, then it will become motion.img, correct? So let's come back and here you can see in this header component we have this div. So we have to add motion.div opening and closing tag also. So if you add the motion.div in this opening div tag, then you have to add the same thing here in this closing div tag, motion.div. So here I have added one extension. You can see in my extensions we have one auto rename tag, correct? So whenever you will rename the opening tag, it will automatically rename the closing tag. So it makes your work easy. So let's come back and here if I change the name of this div, it means I'll add motion.div like this. So we have added motion.div. Then it will automatically change my closing tag. You can see it is closing motion.div. Done. So it makes my work easy. Now let's come back and you can see what we can add further in this motion component. So we can add like this animation x100. Let's scroll down. We can add like this animation scale transition. We can add the initial value animate. Here you can see we can add the while hover. What will happen when we will hover on this element? On hover start, while tap. So we have different properties for this motion component. Let me scroll down. Here you can see we have while in view. Suppose the component is not visible, but when we scroll the web page, then the component becomes visible. So in that case we have to add this while in view. And here we have the initials. So we can set the initial value for that component. Like in this example, you can see initially the background color is this one and the opacity is 0. But whenever we will scroll the web page and this div will come into view, then the opacity will become 1 and the background color will be this one. And we can also add the duration. So we will use these properties to animate our component. So let me close it and just come back to the VS Code. And here we have this motion.div. So in this element, let's add a space. And here, let's add the initial value. So I'll add initial, and here let's add curly braces. And initially we will add the opacity. So the opacity will be 0.2. Then we will add y. So y will be 100. So initially the opacity will be less and it will be moved in the y axis. Then after some duration, like 1 second, so here let's add transition, and in this transition we will add duration. So we will provide the duration of 1 second. So after 1 second we will add while in view opacity 1 and y0. So it will be visible clearly when we add the opacity 1 and we have added y0. So it will come back to the original position. Initially it will be moved by 100. After that we have to add viewport once true. So after adding this, if I come back to the web page and refresh it, now you can see the animation here. By default the opacity was less and it was moved downwards, and when we reload this web page it comes into view and it moves up, correct, and it's come to the original position with the opacity 100%. Now we will add the animation in this text which is written in this button, right? So here we have added this another div. So here we will change it as motion.div, correct, and in this one also we will add the properties. So let's copy everything from here, and here let's add a space in this tag, and here we will add the initial, and initially we will add the opacity 0 and we will add y-20, and here we will add animate. So instead of this while in view we will add animate, and here we will add y0 and opacity will be 1. And let me remove this transition. Here you can see the initial opacity is 0 and y-20, then animate opacity 1 y0, correct, and after that here we will add transition duration I will add 0.8, and here we will add the delay also. So just add delay 0.2. So you will see this animation after delay of 0.2 seconds. So just come back and refresh it. Now you can see we have some delay in this animation, in this best text to image generator, correct. Now we will animate the text that is written here in this h1 tag, correct. So just come back, and here for this h1 we will add motion.h1. Now here let's add space in this h1 tag, and here let's add initial value. So we will add initial opacity 0, correct. Now we will add the animate. So after animate the opacity will be 1, then we will add transition, and here also we will add the delay and duration 2 seconds, correct. Save the changes, come back to the web page, refresh it. Now you can see we have some delay in this animation, that is the title text, correct. After that we will add the animation in this description which is written in the p tag. So here in this p tag we will add motion.p, and here in this p tag with the motion we will add the properties for animation. So we will add initial opacity 0 y20, animate opacity 1 y0, so it will come to original position. Then we'll add some delay. So we are increasing the delay. You can see here we have added delay 0.2, 0.4 and 0.6, and the duration is 0.8, correct. After that we'll add the animation in this button. So here in this button also we will add motion.button, correct, and in this button we will add the properties for animation. So let's provide while hover scale, then while tap scale, then initial opacity 0, animate 1, then we'll add the transition, default duration 0.5, opacity, delay 0.8, duration 1. That's it. After that if I come back, refresh it, now you can see we have animation in this button also, and you can see the size increases when we take cursor over this button, or when we click here it is also increasing the size, correct. So it is happening because of this framer motion. Now we will add the animation on this div where we have added all the images, and we will add the animation on individual image also. So just come back, and here we have this div, right? So in this div, let's add motion.div. Now here let's add some properties for the animation. So we will provide initial value, then animate and transition. So we have provided initial opacity 0, animate opacity 1, transition delay 1 and duration 1. After that we will add the motion in this img tag. So just add motion dot img, and here let's add while hover. So while hover we will add a scale and duration. That's it. After that scroll down, and here we have another text in p tag. So in this one also we will add the animation. So just add motion dot p, and here we will add the animation properties. So initially the opacity will be 0, then opacity 1, and we will add the delay and duration like this. Save the changes, come back to the web page. Let me refresh it, and you can see we have the animation in all the contents from this text, this button, this image. It looks beautiful. After that, we have to add the click feature on this button so that when we click here, either it will open a login page or it will redirect us to the result page. Suppose user is already logged in, then it will redirect us to the login page, and if the user is not logged in, then it will open a login form. For that, just come back, and here you can see we have added this button, right? Generate images, correct? So here we have this button. So on this button we have to add the onClick property, and in this onClick we will add one handler function. So let me add the function onClick handler, and we have to declare this function. So scroll up, and here before this return statement we will add one function. So just add const onClick handler, and it will be one arrow function. Now in this one we have to check whether the user is already logged in or logged out, and based on that we have to redirect the user on result page, or we will open the login form. So for that we have to get the user status and set show login from the context. So here let's add const, we will get the user, and we will also get set show login, and we will get it from context. So just add use context and provide the app context. Now we can check. We will add if the user is available, then what will happen? We will navigate the user on result page. For that we have to use the use navigate hook. So here just add const navigate equal to use navigate, and now we will use this navigate function here. Here we have to provide the path. So just add the path result, correct? Now we will add the else condition. It means when the user is not logged in, then it will open a login form. So here we have added this setter function. So just add this setter function, and we will make it true. That's it. So after that, if I come back to the web page, you can see here we have these text and button. So if I click on this button, it will open a login form. We can close it like this. If I click again, it will open the login form, and if the user is already logged in, then it will redirect the user on the result page. Now let's scroll down, and here we have the other section, that is steps. So we will add the animation in this steps section. So just come back to the VS Code, and we will open a steps.jsx file, and in this one scroll up. Here you can see we have this div. So in this div we have to add the animation. So first we have to use the import statement. So here let's add import motion from framer motion, correct? Now in this div we will rename the tag, so just add motion.div. Now after that we can use the animation properties. So here we will change the initial value and value while in the view. So here just add initial opacity 0.2 and y100. So when we will scroll the web page and this element will come to the view, then the opacity will be 1 and it will come to the original position, and here we will add the duration of 1. Then viewport once true. Now save the changes and come back to the web page. Scroll up and you can see here we have the header section, and whenever we will scroll the web page and come to our steps section, then only the animation will start. Let's see. Now you can see when I scroll to the web page, then only the animation starts, and this steps section comes with some animation. Correct? Now we'll add the animation in this description section. So just come back and let me close it. Close this header also, and here we have this description.jsx file. Here also we will add the import statement. So let's add import motion from framer motion. Correct? And after that in this div we will add motion.div. And here we will add the animation properties. So in this one we will add initial value, then we will add the transition, then we will add while in view and viewport once true, like this. Save the changes. After that we will add the animation in the next section. So after this description, let's see, here we have this testimonials section. So just come back and we will open testimonials. So let me just copy it and open testimonials.jsx. Scroll up and here we will add motion.div, and here we will add the animation properties, and in this one we will add initial, then we will add transition, while in view and viewport once true. And after that we have to add the import statement also. So just add import motion from framer motion. Correct? After that you can see we have the another section, that is this one. See the magic and this button. So here we have created one component called generate btn.jsx. Let's open it, and here also we will add the import statement. Correct? And in this one we will add the motion in this div, motion.div, and here also we will add the animation properties. So here let me add initial, then transition, then viewport. So after adding this, let's come back and you can see if I scroll the web page, all the contents are coming with some animation. Correct? Now we have to add the click feature on this button, which is generate images. So we have already added the click feature on this button, generate images, in the header. So we have to use the same thing in this one also. So let's come back and let me just open header again. Header.jsx is here. So in this one you can see we have added this, and let's copy it and we will come to generate btn, and before this return statement just add this one. We will get the user and set so login from the use context app context. So we have to import this. So just add use context. Use context has been imported. Then we will import this app context. So just add app context. So app context has been imported. Correct? After that we have to import this use navigate. So let me add use navigate. So use navigate has been imported. Correct? Next we have to link this on click handler with the button. That's it. So scroll down and here we have this button. Correct? So in this button, where is the button? tag here. So within this, or let me add it here only. After this button, we will add on click, and in this one we will provide this on click handler function. That's it. Save the changes, come back to the web page. If I click here, it should open the login form, but it is not visible and the scrolling is disabled. It is not visible because the login form is at the top. So let me just come back. And here we have this login component. So let's add position fixed. Save the changes, and now you can see this login form is visible. If I close it and click on this button again it is visible. Now we can auto scroll the web page, and if I close it, it is hidden. Correct? And here also it works. It works with this login button also. Correct? So we have added the animation on this home page. Next, let me just go to the result page. So just add /result. So this is the result page, and here also we have to add the animation. So let's come back and we will open result.jsx file. And in this result.jsx, first we have to add the import statement to import the motion from framer motion, like this. After that, here we have this form. So in this form we have to add the animation. So just add motion.form. Correct? And in this motion.form we have to add the animation properties. So here we will add the initial value, transition, while in view, and viewport that we have already used in other elements. So we have added initial opacity 0.2, 100, transition duration 1, opacity 1, y0, viewport once true. So we have added the animation for this one also. After that, we have to add the animation in credit page. So let me click here. So it will open this credit page, right? So in this one, we have to add the animation. So let's come back. We will open bycredit.jsx file, and here also we will add the import statement. So first we have to import motion from framer motion. Correct? After that, here we have this div. So in this div we will add motion.div, and we will add the animation properties. So we will add the same thing: initial, transition, while in view, and viewport. Save the changes. Let's come back. Now you can see this page is also animated. Next, we have to add the animation in the login form. For that, just come back and we will open login.jsx file. And in this one, we have to add the import statement first. So here we will add import motion from framer motion. Correct? After that, scroll down, and here you can see we have this form tag. Correct? So in this form, let's add motion.form. Then we will add the animation properties. So here also we will add the same thing, but we will change the values. So just add initial, transition, while in view, viewport, and here we will add the duration of 0.3 and opacity is 0.2, y50 and y0. Correct? Save the changes and come back to the web page. Now if I open this login form, you can see this login form comes with smooth animation. Let me close it and click on this login button again. You can see the animation. Let me go to home page. Click on this button. You can see this login form comes with smooth animation. So now we have added the animation also on our website. So now we have completed the front-end part of our application. Next we will add the backend, and using the backend we will add the functionality to log in and register users on this application, and we will also add the functionality to generate the images using AI. So let's come back to the VS Code editor, and here we have the left sidebar where you can see the client folder. Let me collapse it, and here let's right click and select new folder, and here in this one we will create a folder called server. So now in this Imagify folder, that is our project folder, here we have a client folder and server folder, and in this server folder we will create the backend server of our application. Now right click on this server folder and select open in integrated terminal. So in this terminal you can see we are at server folder, correct? Now here in the left sidebar, in this server folder we will create a file. So right click and select new file and write the file name server.js. So we have created this server.js file. After that, in this terminal, let's add npm init. Then press enter. Now it is asking for the package name. So the package name will be folder name, which is server. So just press enter, nothing else. After that, keep on pressing enter. The entry point will be server.js. By default it is added. Simply press enter. Again enter. Now you can see in the left sidebar, in this server folder we have a file called package.json. So in this package.json you can see we have a script, a start node server.js, and here we have test script. So let me just remove this test script from here. So whenever we will type npm run a start in the terminal, then it will execute this node server.js. Correct? Now in this one we are going to use the import statement. So here we have to add the type. So in this one let's add double quote type, and here we will add type is equal to module. Like this. Save the changes, and after that let's come to this terminal again, and in this terminal we have to install some packages for our backend server. So in the backend we will create the app using express package. So let's add npm I, that is for install, and here we will install multiple packages. So the first one is express. Then we will add CORS, that will allow us to connect the backend server with our frontend. Next we will install .env. Using that we can create .env file and use it in the backend server. So just add .env. Next we will install node.js package. Using this package, it will restart the backend server whenever we will make any changes in the code file. After that, we will add form data. Then we will add JSON web token. Using that, we will add the authentication in our project. After that, we will add Mongoose. Using this package, we will connect our backend server with MongoDB database. Next, we will add Axios. It will help us to make the API call. After that, we will add bcrypt package. Using that, we can encrypt the password. After that, we will add Razorpay. Using this Razorpay, we will add the online payment gateway. So we have added these packages. Just press enter. So it will install all these packages. Now all packages has been installed. Let me hide this terminal. And in the package.json file, you can see here we have the dependencies, and in this one you can see all the packages that we have just installed. Correct? Now just close this, and here in this server folder, we will create .env file where we will store all the secret keys and API keys. So right click on the server folder, select a new file and write the file name .env. So in this one, we will store the secret keys. Now in the server.js file, we will create a simple Express app. For that, let's add import Express from Express package. After that, we will also import CORS from CORS package. We will import .env/config. After adding this import, let's add the port number where we will run the Express app. So just add const port equal to process.env.port. So if the port number is available in the environment, then it will use the port number from there. Or if it is not available, then we will use the OR operator, and here we will add the port number 4000. After that, we will add const app and create the app using Express. After that, we have to add the CORS in this Express app. So here, let's add app.use. So we are using the middlewares in this Express app. So we are adding app.use CORS, and before that we will also add one more middleware, that is JSON. So just add app.use express.json. So all the requests will be passed using JSON method. After that, here we will add app.get method, and here just provide the path, and here we will add one arrow function, and in this parameter we will take request and response. Correct. Now here we will return response dot send, and we will send one message called API working. Correct. So whenever we will hit this path on the backend, then it will send this message API working. Correct. Next, we have to start the Express app. For that, just add app.listen. Here we have created this app. So in this one, we are using app.listen, and here first we have to provide the port. So let's add the port here. After that, we will add arrow function, and this arrow function will return console.log, and here we will add one message that will be displayed in the terminal, because we are using the console.log in backend server, so it will display the message in terminal. So here let's add the message server running on port, then we will add the port number. So let's add plus port. That's it. After adding this, save the changes. So let's open the terminal, and in this terminal you can see we are at server folder. So here just add npm run start, then press enter. Now you can see this message server running on port, but it is not giving the port number, so let me check it. Here we have to move this bracket here after this port. Correct. Save the changes, and next we have to stop this server using Ctrl+C. Yes, and again start it using npm run start. Now you can see the message server running on port 4000. Correct. So once you see this message, just open the web browser and go to new tab, and here we will type localhost colon 4000. It is still loading, it's not opening, so let's come back to the VS Code. Here we have used app.use course. So after this course, we have to add this small bracket like this. Just correct this line, save the changes, and start the backend again. So Control C, yes, and again use npm run start. Server running on port 4000. Just come back. Yes, it is working now. You can see on this URL localhost colon 4000, we are getting the message API working. So now our simple express app is working at this URL. So this is our backend URL, localhost port 4000. Correct. Now just come back. And you can see whenever we make any changes, we have to stop and start the backend server. So to solve this one, let's come back to the package.json file. And in this one, here we have one script for a start, correct? So after that, let's add one comma. And here we will add another script. So let's add the script name server. And here we will provide double quote node server.js. So it is not node. Here we have to add node.mon. So we have already installed the node.mon package. So we can use node.mon server.js. So whenever we will type npm run server, it will execute this command node.mon server.js. Correct. So now let's come back to the terminal and stop this project using Ctrl C. Yes. And now we can use npm run server. We have added npm run server and press enter. So again, you can see the same message, server running on port 4000. And if I come back to the browser, this backend server is working. We are getting the message API working. Correct. Now, if I come back to the server.js file, and if I make any changes here, so instead of API working, let's add API working fine. So we have updated this message API working fine. Now you can see these changes will reflect on the backend server. So just come back and you can see if I refresh it, we are getting API working fine. So we don't have to restart the backend server when we are using node.mon. Correct. So let's come back and make it API working only. Now we have to connect our project with MongoDB, so that we can store the user's data in the database. For that, we have to create a MongoDB Atlas account. So let's open browser, open a new tab and search for MongoDB, or we will search for MongoDB Atlas. Correct. Now open this website. Here just click on sign in. And here you have to create an account. You can click on this sign up button and create your account using email ID, or you can also use the Google account. So I'll use the Google account to sign in my existing account. On this MongoDB Atlas, just click on create a cluster. Here we have to choose the server. So I'm going to use this M0, that is a free server. Correct. So we are using this free version. Here it is giving cluster 0. So let's keep it default. So we have three options: AWS, Google Cloud, Azure. So let's select Google Cloud. Here you have to select the nearest region. So I'll select Mumbai. Now just click on this create deployment button. Now it is giving the username, and here we can create the password for our database. So the username is greatstack. I will keep the username greatstack, and in the password I will type greatstack123. Never use @ symbol in this password. After that, just click on this create database user. Now just click on this button, choose a connection method. Here we will select this compass. Now select this option. I have MongoDB compass installed. Just click here. Here it is taking some time, so just wait for 10 to 15 seconds. Now it is displaying the MongoDB connection URL. So let me just copy it. Just click here to copy. So here we have the username and here we have the password. If you toggle this option, so it will display the password like this. So instead of this, you have to provide your password. So let me just enable my password and copy this string. That's it. Now click on this button, done, and come back to the VS Code. In this one, just open .env file, and in this one we will store the MongoDB connection URI. So here let's add environment variable MongoDB URI, and in the double quote paste this string. Now at the end you can see here we have /. So remove this / from here. Correct? So you can see we have added this complete URL like this in the double quote. We don't have the / at the end, and here we have the username of our database, and this is the password that we have created for the database. That's it. Save the changes. Now just come back to the MongoDB Atlas again, and here we have to add the IP address. So let's come here in this network access in the left sidebar. Just click here, and in this one you can see it is displaying my current IP address. So let me just delete it, and here we will click on add IP address and click on this button, allow access from anywhere. Just click here. So it will add this entry 0.0.0.0. Now just click on confirm button. So now you can see this 0000 IP has been added, so that we can connect our MongoDB database from any IP address. So you can see the status is pending. Now it is active. So now we can connect the MongoDB Atlas database with our Express app. So let's close it and come back to the VS Code. And here in the left sidebar, we have the server folder. So in this folder, we will create a new folder called config. In this config folder, let's create a new file. So write the file name mongodb.js. So here we will add the code to connect the project with MongoDB database. So first we have to import mongoose. So just add import mongoose from mongoose package. Correct? After that we will create one function const connect db, that is connect database. It will be one async function. So just add async and add a function. Now in this one we have to add await mongoose.connect, and in this one we have to provide our MongoDB connection URI. So we have already stored this MongoDB connection URI in the environment variable. So we will get it from the environment variable. So here just add backticks so we can use the template literal. So in this one we have added the backticks, then $, and curly braces. And in this one we will add process.env.environment variable name, that is this one MongoDB_URI. So just place it here. Correct? Now after this URI we have to provide the database name. So our project name is Imagify. So after this curly braces, simply add /, then write the project name Imagify. Let me expand it so you can see in one line we have added mongoose.connect and provided the connection URL, and at the end we have provided / and project name Imagify. That's it. Now here we have to add one event also. So before this line, let's add one event mongoose dot connection dot on. So it will get the connection event. So here just add connected. So whenever the database will be connected, then this function will be executed. So in this function, we will display one message. So just add console.log, and here let's print one message called database connected. Correct? So what will happen whenever the database will be connected, then this event will be executed, and whenever this event will be occurred, then this function will be executed and it will display this message database connected in the terminal. Next, we have to export this connectDB function so that we can use it in the other files. So just add export default and function name connectDB. That's it. Now we can use this function in server.js file. So let's open server.js file, and here we have to import that. So here let's add import connectDB from config/mongodb.js. We have to write the complete path with file name extension mongodb.js. Correct? Now we have this connectDB function here in this server.js file. So just we have to call this function. So we will call it here. After this app.use, just add await and call this function connectDB. So it will connect our Express app with the MongoDB database. That's it. Now if I come back to the terminal, so let me open the terminal, and now you can see in this terminal we are getting the message database connected, and after that we are getting the message server running on port 4000. So it says our Express app is connected with the database. So after connecting our project with the database, next we have to create the schema and models for the MongoDB database so that we can store the user's information and other information on the MongoDB database. For that, here in the left sidebar, we will create one folder called model. So in this server folder, right click and select new folder, and the folder name will be models. So using this models, we will store the data in the MongoDB database. So we have to store two types of data. So the first one will be user data and the second one will be transaction data. So first let's create the models for user data. So in this models folder, create a new file with the name usermodel.js. Now in this usermodel.js, let's add import mongoose from mongoose package. Now we have to create the user schema. So just add const user schema equal to new mongoose.schema. Now in this one we have to define the structure of our data that we will store in the database. So first we will store the user's name, then we will store the email, password, and we will also store the credit balance for the users. So let's add name, and for this name let's provide some properties. So here we will provide the type. So for this data we will provide the type, and the type will be string. Now this data will be required to save the data in the database. So just add required true. Correct. Now just add the comma, and here we will add the second data, that is email. This will be the user's email. Here we will add the type, that is a string, and it is also required, like this. And this email should be unique. So here we will add one more property, unique, and it will be true. So we cannot store any new user with the same email ID. After that we have to store the password. So let's add password, and here we will add the same thing, type is equal to a string and required true. Correct. And after that we will store the credit balance. So let's add the property credit balance, and the type will be number, and the default value will be 5. Correct. So now we have created the schema. Now using this schema we will create the user model. So here just add const user model equal to mongoose.model, and here we have to provide the model name, that will be user. Then we have to provide the schema, that is user schema. So using this schema it will create a model with the name user. Correct. Now what will happen, it will try to create the user model again and again, right? So to solve this one, here let's add mongoose.models, right? And here we will provide .user. Then we will add the OR operator. So what will happen, first it will search for the existing models where the name is user, right? So if the user model is already available, then it will use that user model. If it is not available, then it will create the new user model using this schema. Let me add the spelling here, user model. Correct. Next we have to export this user model so that we can use in any other file. So let's add export default user model. Correct. Now using this user model we will create different APIs, and using that user can create an account, user can log in into existing account, and user can log out from the account. So let's open this sidebar, and here in this server folder we will create a new folder called controllers. In this controllers folder we will create a new file called usercontroller.js, where we will create different controller function for user registration, user login, and user logout. So first we will create the controller function for registration. For that we need the user model. So first we will import user model from usermodel.js file. Just write the file name extension also. After that we have to import the bcrypt. So using the bcrypt we will encrypt the password. So just add import bcrypt from bcrypt. Correct. After that we will add the import, and we will import JWT from JSON web token, and using this JWT we will create a token for user authentication. So after adding this, here let's add const, and we will add a controller function. So just add the function name, register user. Now we will create one asynchronous function, so just add async and create the arrow function. And in this parameter we will take request and response. Correct? Now we will add the try catch block. Now in this try block we will find the name, email ID and password, right? So to create an account we need the user's name, email ID and password, and we will get all these information from the request body. Correct? So just add const name, email and password. Then we will add request dot body. So from request body we will find the name, email and password. Next we will check whether the name, email and password is available or not. So just add if, and we will add not name. It means the name is not available, or not of email. So if the email is not available, or we will add not of password. So if the password is not provided, in any of this condition, what will happen? We will return one response. So just add return response, and we will send the response using JSON. And here just add one object with the success property false. Then we will add the message also. So just add message. And here we will add the message called missing details. Either email is missing, or name is missing, or password is missing. So if any of this is missing, then it will return this response with success fails and the message is missing details, right? Now if all three things are available, then we will proceed for the next step. So the next step is to encrypt the password that is given by the user. So here just add const, and here we will add one salt is equal to await, and here we will add bcrypt dot gen salt. Here we will use 10, so it will add the moderate encryption. If we'll increase the value, it will be more secure password, but it will take more time also. So after that we will add const, and here we will get the encrypted password or hashed password. So just add hashed password equal to await bcrypt dot hash, and we will hash the password that user has provided in the body. So just add the original password, then we will provide the salt. So with this password and salt we will get one hashed password. Correct? Now we can store this hashed password in the database. Correct? So next we have to create one object where we will store all the users data that will be stored in the database. So just add const, and we will add the user data equal to one object. So in this one we will store the name that is available in the body, then we will store the email, it is also available in the body, then we will add password, and in this password we have to store the encrypted password or hashed password like this. Correct? So we have added three properties: name, email and password. So now we have the user data. Next we have to save this user data in the MongoDB database. So here let's add const new user is equal to new user model, and in this user model we will provide this data. Correct? So as you can see in this user model we have added name, email and password, then credit balance. So we are providing the name, email and password only, because for this credit balance we have already added the default value 5. So let's come back to this page. You can see we are storing this data, name, email and password, and by default the credit balance 5 will be added in this new user. Correct? Now we have the new user. Just save this user in the database. So just add const user is equal to await new user dot save method. That's it. So it will save a new user in the database and we will get that user here in this variable. Correct? Now we will generate one token that will be sent in the response so that we can enable the login and registration in the front end. So here let's add const token. To generate this token we will use JWT, that is JSON Web Token. So just add JWT. We have already imported it here, right? Now here just add JWT.sign, and here we have to add the ID. So let's add ID and we will get the ID from this user. So whenever the user will be created in the database, it will automatically generate one ID with the property _ID. So here let's add user dot _ID, that is auto generated in the MongoDB database. So the ID will be unique. So using this unique data we will generate one token, and with this ID we need one more thing. So this will be the first argument, and here we will add one more. So just add comma, and here we have to provide one secret key. So we will declare this secret key in the environment variable. So let me just come back to the .env file, and here let's add JWT secret equal to, and here let me add secret has text. You can add anything. That's it. Now just come back, and here we will use that secret from the .env file. So in this one we will add process.env dot and the variable name, that is JWT secret. Place it here like this. So now we have this token. Correct? Next we have to send this token in the response. So till now what happened, we have created a user data from the response, and in this user data we have stored the encrypted password. Now using this data we have created a new user in the database. Correct? Now in the database, for this user one unique ID will be generated. So using that unique ID and our secret string, we have generated one token using this JWT sign method. Now we will send this token in the response. So just add response.json, and here we will send one object. So here let's add one success property, that is true. Correct? After that we will send this token also, right? Now we will send the user, and in this user property we will add the name only. So let's add name is equal to user dot name. So in the response we are sending the success true, then token, and then we are providing the user object, and in this user object there will be one property called a name, right? Now if any error occurs in the try block, then this catch block will be executed. So in this catch block let's add console log dot error. So it will display the error message in the backend terminal. After that we will generate the response also. So just add response dot JSON, and here also we will add one object, and in this object we have to add success, and the success will be false. Correct? Then we will add the message also. So let's add the message, and in this message let's add this error dot message. From this error object, it will find the error message. That's it. So now we have created one registered user controller function. After creating this user register controller function, next we will create the user login controller function. So let's scroll down, and here let's add const login user, and it is also one async function. So just add async and create the arrow function. Here also we will add request and response. Now in this one, just add the try catch block. Now in this try block, we will find the email ID and password from the request body, because for user login we need only email ID and password. So let's add const email and password, and we will get it from request dot body. Correct. Now we have to find the user using this email ID, because the email ID is unique. So here let's add const and user equal to await. To find the user, we are going to use the user model. You can see we have created the user model. So using this user model, we have created user in the database, and to find the user, we have to use this user model only. So here let's add await user model dot find one method, and in this one we will provide the email, right? So it will find the user with this email ID provided by the user from the request body. Correct. So now we will check if the user is available with this email ID or not. So let's add the if condition, and we will type not of user. So if the user is not available with this email ID, then what will happen? We will generate one response with success false. So here just add return response, and let me just copy the response message from here, this one, and paste it here. So return response success false, and in the message we will type user does not exist. Correct. So if the user is not available, then we will return the response with message user does not exist. Suppose the user is available, so let's proceed for the next step. So the next step is to match the password. So here just add const is match is equal to await, and here we will use bcrypt, and in this one we will add compare method. So this bcrypt.compare will compare the saved password and the password provided by the request. So just add the password that is provided in the request, and here we will compare it with the password saved in the database for this user. So let's add user dot password. So if the password is matching, then this is match will be true. If it is not matching, then it will be false. So here let's check if is match is true, then we will generate one message with the success true, and if it is not matching, then we will add else condition, and here we will generate one response with success false. So let me add this statement here, return response success false, and in the message we will type invalid credentials like this. And if it is matching, then here what will happen? Here we have to generate one token, and we will send this token in the response. So to generate the token, here we have already used this sign method. So just copy this and copy this one also. And here in this if statement, let's add const token is equal to jwt.sign id is equal to user.id, right? Then we will add process.env.jwt_secret. So it will generate the token using the id stored in the user, right? So after generating the token, it will send the response. So here we have added response.json and the success will be true. Then we will send the token, and with this token we will send the user's name also. So we have sent the user object, and in this object we have sent the name with the user.name, right? So now we have created the controller function, but here we have the catch block also. So if any error occurs in the try block, then the catch block will be executed. So just copy the statement from the previous catch block and paste it here. Console.log error response.json success false, and the message is error.message. So now we have created the controller function for user login and user registration. After that we have to create the API. So here in the left sidebar, in this server folder, create a new folder with the name routes. Now in this routes folder, we will create a new file. So right click and select new file, and the file name will be user routes.js. Now in this user routes.js, we need that controller function. So let's add import register user and login user, and we will import it from /controllers folder and user controller.js file. Correct? So we have imported the controller function, that is register user and login user, and before that we have to import express from express. Correct? Now we have to create the router. So we will add const user router equal to express dot router. Correct? Now in this user router, we have to create the endpoint, and we have to provide the controller function at that endpoint. So let's add user router dot post. We will use the post method, and here we have to provide the endpoint path. It will be register like this, and at this path it will execute the controller function, that is registered user. Correct? Now just duplicate it. Here also we will use user router dot post method, and it will be login, and here we will use login user controller function, right? After that we have to export this router. So at the end we will add export default and provide this user router. Correct? Now we will add this user router in our Express app. So let's open server.js file, and in this one here, before this one, let's add app.use, and here we have to add the path. So we will add /API/user, and at this path we will add the router, that is user router. So we will select it from the suggestion. So this user router has been imported. So we have added app.use, API/user and user router. After adding this, what happens whenever we will type the backend URL, that is the localhost port 4000, then /API/user and this register, then it will hit the register API endpoint. Let me write it here like this. localhost colon 4000, then slash this one, slash API slash user. And after that we will add slash register. So whenever we will hit this endpoint, then it will execute this registered user controller function, and whenever we will hit the another endpoint, that is this one, login, then it will hit this endpoint and it will execute this login user controller function that will allow us to log in, right? So now we will test these API. So to test it, we need one tool called Postman. So let's open web browser, and here we will search for Postman download. Open this link, postman.com/downloads. Click here to download this one. After downloading, just execute this setup file. After that, it is asking for the sign up. So let me sign up using my Google account. Now we are at the Postman tool. Let me change the appearance. So I'll click on this gear icon or settings icon, then select settings. From here, I'll select themes. Here it is showing the day theme is active. So let me click on this button, manual. Now select this dark. That's it. Close this pop-up. Now we will create the collection. So just click on this plus icon. So it will create a new collection. And here we will use this REST API basic. Now click on this plus icon and select blank collection. Now just click on this button. Here we will add the name Imagify. Now click on this link, add a request. Here in this field we have to add the endpoint URL. So you can see we have already added it here. So let me just copy this register endpoint and we will paste it here. HTTP localhost 4000/API/user/register, and here we have to select the method. So the method will be post, correct? Now in this body we have to send the name, email ID and password. So in this body, let me select this raw, and here we will add one object, and here let's add name, Great Stack. Then we will add the email, greatstackdev@gmail.com. Then we will add the password, and in the password let me add 123456. Here we have to add it in a string. Right. After that, just click on this send button. So here it is giving some error. Right. So let me just come back to the VS Code, open the terminal, and in this terminal we are getting some error. User controller.js file does not provide an export named login user. So let me check that. We will go to user controller and scroll down. Yes, we have to export this one. You can see we have added user register, right? And this login user. So we have to export it from here. So just add export curly braces and we will add register user and login user. Now we have exported this controller function from here. After that, just come back again and click on this send button. Now you can see we are getting the status 200, okay, right? And in this response we are getting success true. Then we are getting the token, and here we have the user, and the username is Great Stack, correct? So let me verify it with the database also. So if I come back to the web browser and come to this MongoDB Atlas, then click on this clusters. Now click on this browse collections. So in this one, you can see we have one database with the name Imagify, that is our project name. And in this Imagify, we have the users collection. So in this users collection, we have one entry. You can see we have one user called GreatStack. The email ID is greatstackdev@gmail, and this is the encrypted password. And you can see the credit balance has been added, that is 5. So we have added the default value for the credit balance. So this user registration API is working fine. Right. Now let's test the user login API. So just come back and come to this Postman. And from here, let me remove this register, and instead of that, we will add login. That is the endpoint. So we have added /API/user/login. And in this body, we have to send only email ID and password. So remove this name property, and we are sending the email ID and password. So first, let me add the different email ID. So I'll add greatstackdev1@gmail.com and click on the send button. Now you can see the response. It is giving false. Success is false, and the message is res is not a function. So let's see the login API. Come back here, user controller, and this login controller function. So in this one, we have used res, right? So here, instead of this res, we will add res.json. It means response.json. And let's check other code also. Here also we will add response.json. Now it is correct. Let me check the previous code. It is correct. Here we have used response.json. Now everything is correct. Now just come back and again click on the send button. And this time you are getting the correct message, that is user does not exist in this response, because we have added the incorrect email ID. Now if I provide the correct email ID like greatstackdev@gmail.com, that is the correct email ID. And now we will add the incorrect password like this 12345678. That is the incorrect password, and click on this send button. Now you can see the message success false, and the message is invalid credentials because we have provided the incorrect password. Now what happens when we provide the correct password? So here let's provide the correct password 123456 and click on the send button. Now you can see we are getting success true, and it is generating the token. So we are getting the token also in the response, and we are getting the name GreatStack. Correct. So this login and registration API is successfully working. Next, we have to create the API for the user credit. So let's come back to the VS Code editor. To create the user credit API, first we have to create the controller function. So in this file, usercontroller.js. After this controller function, which is login user, here we will add a new controller function. So just add const, and the function name is user credits, and it will be asynchronous arrow function. So just add async and create the arrow function. In this parameter, we will take request and response, and within this function, first we will add the try catch block. Now we need the user ID to get the credit of the particular user. So we will add const user ID. We will add it in curly braces equal to request dot body. So here we have added the user ID that we will get from request dot body. but we will not send the user ID from the body. Instead of that, we will add one middleware that will find the user ID from the token and that will add the user ID in the body. So we have to create that middleware also. So let me complete this controller function first, then we will create the middleware. So here we have to find the user using this user ID. So we will add const user equal to await, and we will find the user from user model. So just add user model dot find by ID, and in this one we have to provide this user ID, correct? So after getting the user data, next we will return one response. So just add response.json, and here we will return one object. So in this object we will add the success property that will be true, and after that we will add credit. So let's add credits, and in this credits property let's add this user, and here we will add dot credit balance. In this user model you can see we have added the property called credit balance, so we will add it here, user dot credit balance. So in this response we will also send the user's name, so we will add user, and it will be one object, and in this object we will add the name, and the name will be user dot name. So in this response we will get the user's name, success true, and we will get the user's credits. If any error occurs in this try block, then the catch block will be executed. So let me add the same statement in this catch block also. So we will add console log error.message and response.json success false and message error.message. So we have added the controller function for user credits. Now in this user credits we need the user ID in the body, right? And we will provide the user ID in the body using the middleware. So in the left sidebar, in this server folder, let's create a folder called middlewares. In this middlewares folder, we will create a new file, and the file name is auth.js. In this auth.js file, we have to find the user ID using the JSON web token. So first we will import JWT, and we will import it from JSON web token, right? After that we will create the middleware function. So we will add const user auth async, and in this one we will get request response, and after that we will add the next. So whenever the success will be true, then we will call the next method that will execute the controller function. So this middleware will be executed before the controller function whenever we will hit the API. So in this one we have to find the token. So first let's create this arrow function, and in this arrow function we have to find the token. So we will add const token equal to request dot headers. So in the header the token will be added, and we will find the token in this middleware. Now from this token we have to find the user's ID. So here we will check if this token is not available. So we will add not of token. So in that case what will happen, we will generate one response. So let's write return response.json success false, and the message will be not authorized login again because the token is not available, right? But if the token is available, then we will go for the next step. So here let's add the try catch block. Now in this try block we will add const and we will add the token decode equal to jwt.verify, and in this one we have to provide this token that we are getting from the headers, and we will verify it using the secret key that we have stored in the environment variable. To get that secret key from the environment variable, we will add process.env.jwt_secret. Correct. So now we have the decoded token, and in this decoded token there will be one ID because we have created the token using the ID, right? So from this decoded token we will find the ID, and here we will add if token decode dot ID. If this ID is available, then we will attach this ID in the request body with the user ID property. So we will add request.body, and in this body we will add one property called user ID, and in this user ID we will provide this decode.id. That's it. So the user ID will be added in request body, and here we will add the else condition also. Suppose this ID is not available. Now in this else statement we have to return one response. So let me add return response.json success false, and the message is not authorized login again. Suppose this ID is not available, then we will get the response success fails and the message is not authorized login again. And after that we have to call the next method. So this next method will execute the controller function that will return the user's credit. Now if any error occurs in the try block, then the catch block will be executed. So in this catch block, let me add the response. So just add response.json success false and the message is error.message. That's it. So now we have created the user auth middleware that will find the user ID from the token, and it will add that user ID in the request body. So after that we have to export this user auth middleware. So just add export default user auth. After creating this middleware, let me just come back to the user controller.js file again, and here we have created this user credits. So we have to export this one also. So we will add the comma and user credits. So we have exported this user credits controller function. Next we have to create the API endpoint. So from the left sidebar, let's open user routes.js, and in this one we will create one more route. So let me just duplicate this line, and in this one we will provide the path. So instead of this login, let me add credits, and here we have added this login user controller function. So instead of that we will add user credits controller function. So user credits controller function has been imported here. Correct. After adding this, we can hit the URL, that is /API/user/credits. Then it will return the user's credit. So now we have created this endpoint, and in this one we have added user credits controller function. But to execute this user credits controller function, we need the user ID, and to get the user ID we need the middleware. So here before this one we have to add the middleware. So let's add comma, and we will add user auth. So the user auth has been imported from this middleware's auth.js file. So we have imported this middleware and added this middleware in this endpoint, that is /credits. That's it. Save the changes. Now we can test this API endpoint that will return the user's credit. So to test it, we will come back to the Postman again. And in this one, we will create a new request. So just click on this plus icon, and here we have to select the post method. And in this one, we have to provide the URL, and it will be /API/user/credits. And if I simply click on this send button, now we are getting the message, not authorized login again, because we have not provided the token. Now let's provide the token in the headers. So from this request, let me just copy this token. This token will be generated whenever we are logged in. So just copy this token and come here, and in this headers we will add token and we'll provide this value here. Now again click on the send button. Here we are getting the message, cannot read properties of null reading credit balance. So let me just find where is the error. If I come to user controller, you can see we are adding user ID from body, and in this middleware we are adding this user ID in the body, but here we have added capital D. So let me make it small d, user ID here. And in this controller function also, you can see we have added the same thing, user ID with a small d. Save the changes, come back. And now if I click on the send button, here we have added the token. And if I click on send button, here we are getting success true, credits 5, and the user object. And in this user object, we have the name property, and the name is GreatStack. So now we have successfully created and tested the user credits API, that is returning the credit balance of the particular user. And to get the credit balance, we have to add the token in the request headers. After creating this user credits API, next we have to create the API to generate the image using prompt. So let's come back to the VS Code editor. And here we have created the controllers folder. So in this controllers folder, we will create a new file called image controller.js. Now in this file, we will add one controller function. So just add const generate image equal to async, and in this parameter we will take request and response, and we will create this arrow function. We have to export this function, so simply add the export keyword before this const. Correct. Now in this one we will add the try catch block. So we will add try catch, and in this catch block we will add the statement that will display the error message in the console, and we will also return the response. So just add console.log error.message, and in the response we will send success false, message will be error.message, right? Now in this try block we will add the logic to generate the image using prompt. So in this try block, let's add const and curly braces. Here we need the user ID and we need the prompt, and we will get it from request.body. So in the body we will send the prompt, but we will send the user ID using the token, and the token will be converted into user ID using the middleware, and that will be added in this body. So we will find that user ID and prompt in this try block. After that we have to find the user using this user ID. So to fetch the user we will add const user is equal to await, and we will find the user using the user model. right? We will add find by ID and just provide this user ID. Now we will check whether we have this user or not. So here let's add if not user, if the user is not available or the prompt is not available. So we'll add not of prompt. If any of this is missing, then we will return the response. So just add return response dot JSON. And here we will send one object with success false, and we will add the message missing details. That's it. So if the user is not available or the prompt is not available, then we will send the response with the success false and message is missing details. Suppose the prompt is also available and the user is also available, then we will check the user's balance. If the credit balance is 0 or less than 0, then we will send the response like no credit balance. So we cannot generate the image when the balance is 0 or less than that. So here we will add the if condition, and in this one we will add user dot credit balance. So if the user dot credit balance is equal to 0 or user model dot credit balance is less than 0. So in that case we will generate the response. So we will add return response dot JSON, and here we will send one object with success false, and we will add the message no credit balance, and with that we will send the credit balance also. So to send the credit balance we will add user dot credit balance. That's it. So if the user is not available or prompt is not available, then this message will be sent in the response. If the balance is 0, then this message will be sent no credit balance. It will be sent in the response. If the balance is greater than 0, then we have to generate the image using the API provided by clipdrop. So let me search for clipdrop on Google. So open a new tab and search for clipdrop. Open this website clipdrop.co. Here you have to create an account. So let me click here and I will choose this continue with Google option. On this clipdrop website, just click on API. Here we have to create an account. So just click on this link sign in. And here we have to enter the email ID. So let me add the email ID. Then click on this button. So it will send one email on your email ID. So let me check my email. So here we have received one email, and here we have a link sign in to clipdrop API. So let's click on this link. And here we are getting the user ID, email ID, and you can see the credit is 0, right? But we can claim 100 free credit. So just click on this button, claim my 100 free credits. Here we have to provide the name and phone number. So let me add the name. And here we will add the phone number. Now just click on this claim my credits. After adding the OTP, you will get 100 free credits. That is enough to build and test this application. Now we have to generate the API key. So just click on this reveal API key button. So now the API key has been generated. So let me just copy this API key and we will paste it in the environment variables. So let's come back and open .env file, and here let's add clipdrop API and paste it in single or double quote. So we have added clipdrop API in the environment variable. After that, Here we will come back to the same website and click on this docs. In this one you can see we have the option called text to image in the left sidebar. Just click here and here scroll down and you will find this URL. So we have to hit this URL to generate the image using the prompt, and in the post method we have to send the data, that is the prompt data, in this form data. So to generate the image using prompt we have to hit this API endpoint, this one, and we have to make the post request, and in this post request the prompt is required, right? And we have to provide this prompt in the multi-part form data. So we have to create the multi-part form data. In that one we will add the prompt and we will make post request to this API endpoint. Now in the response we will get the image, and scroll down. Here we have the option called JavaScript. So you can see in the request we have to send the headers, and in the headers we have to send X API key, and in this API key we have to provide the API key that we have added in the environment variable. So first we have to create the multi-part form data that we will send in the API request. So just come back to the VS Code, and in this image controller function, here we have to create the multi-part form data. So we will add const form data equal to new, and we will use form data. Let's scroll up, and here we have to import the form data. So we will add import form data from form data package. We have already installed this package while creating the backend application, right? So now we have this form data, and using this form data we will create this form data variable, right? Now in this variable we have to append the prompt. So here we will add this bracket, and after that we will add form data dot append method, and in this one we have to append the prompt. So just add prompt comma, and we will get the prompt from this one. Just copy it and paste it here. Now we have created the form data. Next we have to send this form data on the API. So let's come back and copy the API endpoint, that is here. Just copy and come back, and here we will make the API request. For that we will use the Axios. So we will add await Axios. So you can see the Axios has been imported, right? Now in this one we have to make the post method. So just add Axios dot post, and here we'll provide the API endpoint, this one, and after that we will add the comma and we will provide the form data, right? Again add the comma, and here we will add the curly braces, and in this one we have to provide the headers, as you can see here, this one. So just copy this headers, add it here, and in this headers we have this X API key, and here we have to provide the API key. So our API key is stored in the environment variable. So we will add process.env dot clipdrop API. Now we have provided the clipdrop API key, and here we have to add the response type. So we will add response type, and the response type will be array buffer, like this. So now we have made the API call, and we will store the response here. So we will add const curly braces data. So in this data, we will store the response from this API call, right? And now in this data, we will get the response as add a buffer, and using that add a buffer, we have to convert the image to base 64. So here, let's add const base 64 image equal to buffer dot from, and provide the data and provide binary, and here we will make it as a string, so we will add toString, and in this toString method we will provide base 64, and using this base 64 image we have to generate the image URL, so we will add const result image equal to, we will add the backticks so that we can use the template literal. In this one we will add data colon image slash png colon base 64 comma, we will add the $sign and curly braces, and in this one we will provide this base 64 image. So now we have the result image here. Now we have to send this result image in the response, and before that we have to deduct the user's credit. So first let's deduct the user credit because we have already generated the image, so one credit will be deducted. So we will add await user model dot find by id and update, and in this one we have to provide the user id, so we will add user dot underscore id, correct? Then we will provide curly braces. Here we will add credit balance, and in this credit balance we have to update the balance, so we will add user dot credit balance -1, like this. So the user's credit balance will be reduced by 1. After that we have to send the response, so we will add response dot json, and here we will add the object. In this object we will add the success property that will be true. After that we will add the message that will be image generated. Next we have to send the credit, so we will add credit balance, and the credit balance will be user dot credit balance -1, right? Now we'll add the comma, and here we will send the result image also. We will add result image, so we will send the result image in the response, correct? So now we have created the controller function that will take the prompt and it will generate the image using that prompt, and the generated image will be sent in the response that we can display on our front end, right? Next we have to create the API endpoint using this controller function. So just copy this controller function, and in the left sidebar you can see here we have routes folder. So in this routes folder we will create a new file called imageroutes.js. In this one let's add import express from express. After that we have to import the image generate function, so we will add import curly braces generate image that we have just created. We will import it from /controller/ image controller.js, right? After that we have to add router, so just add const image router equal to express dot router. So we have created one router using this express dot router, Now in this router we have to add the path, and we will provide the controller function so that we can create the API endpoint. So we will add image router, and here we will use the post method. Now in this one we will provide the path, so it will be slash generate image. So this is the API endpoint generate image. After that we will add the generate image controller function. But if I come back to the generate image controller function, here you can see we need the user ID from the body. So we will provide the user ID using the middleware. So here again come back to the image routes, and before this one we will add the middleware. So we will add the comma, and here we will add user auth middleware. So this user auth middleware has been imported, and we have added this user auth middleware that will add the user ID in the body, and after that it will execute this generate image controller function. Next we have to export this router. So here let's add export default and image router. That's it. Next we have to use this image router in the server.js file. So let's open server.js file, and let me just duplicate this line, right? And here we will add /API/image, right? And here we will add the router, that is image router. So the image router has been imported, correct? So now we have added the complete API endpoint, that is /API/image and /generate image, correct? After adding this we have to test this API endpoint. So to test this API, again open the Postman, and here we will click on this plus icon, right? Now in this one let's add post method and provide the URL. Here we will add /API/image/generate image. This one, if I come back here, you can see we have generate image. So we are using the same endpoint /API/image/generate image, correct? Now we have to add the prompt in the body. So in this body, let's add raw, and here we will add the object. We will add prompt, and in this prompt let's add flying cat, right? Now in this headers we have to provide the token, and in this token we will provide this token. So let me just copy it and paste it here. So in the headers we have provided the token, and in this body we have added prompt. After that, if I click on this send button, here we have some error. Let me come back to the VS Code and open the terminal. Scroll down, and here we have some error in this terminal. So let's see. Cannot find module user model that is imported from this image controller.js. So to fix this one, let's open image controller.js, and in this one you can see we have added import user model from models folder user model. So here we have to add the file name extension, that is user model.js. Add this, save the changes, and let me hide this terminal and come back to the Postman and click on this send button again. So here we are getting the response, and in this response we are getting success true, message, image generated. Then we have the credit balance 4 because the one credit has been reduced for generating one image. Then we have the result image, and here we have this link. So we can use this data to display the image on our front end. After that, if I come back to the database, so let's open this MongoDB database and click on this refresh button. So now you can see the credit balance has been reduced. It is 4, correct? So now we have created the API to generate the image. So till now we have created the API for user login, registration, then we have created the API for finding the user's available credit balance, then we have created the API for generating the image using prompt. Now we will link these API with our front end. To connect our backend APIs with our front end, just come back to the VS Code editor and let me close all these files and collapse this server folder. Right now expand this client folder where we have added the front end, and in this one you can see we have added the src, and here we have the context and app context.jsx file. Right now in this one we have to get the backend URL. So we will store the backend URL in the environment variable. So in this client folder, right click and select a new file, and here we will add the file name .env. Right now in this environment variable we will store the backend URL. So if I come back to the web browser, so you can see our backend is running on this link, localhost port 4000. So just come back, and here we will add wheat underscore backend URL and add this URL in single or double quote. Remove this forward slash at the end, so there will be no forward slash at the end. So we have added wheat backend URL in this environment variable. After that we will open app.context.jsx file, and in this one we will store the backend URL in one variable so that we can access it in any component. So in this file here, before this value, let's add const backend URL is equal to import.meta.env wheat backend URL. So we have added the backend URL in this variable. Next we have to pass this backend URL in other components, so we will provide it in this value object. So just add comma and provide this backend URL in this value. Right after that we have to add the token state variable so that we can store the token in the local storage, and we can also get the token from the local storage, and in that token variable we will store the token generated from the API so that we can enable the login and registration feature on this application. So here let's add const, and we will add the state variable name called token, and the setter function name will be set token. Here we will use state, and here we will initialize the value using local storage of the web browser. So we will add local storage dot get item, and in this one we will provide the key name, that is token. So if there is any token available in the browser local storage, that will be stored in this state variable. So here we have the user, then we have the login, then we have this token state. After that we will add one more state, that is credit. So we will add const credit, and we will add set credit is equal to use a state, and we will add false. After creating these state variables, we have to pass it through value object so that we can access it in any component. So let's add it in this value object. We will add the comma and paste it. token and set token. Then again add comma, and we will pass this credit and set credit. Right? Save the changes. Next, we will add the login and registration functionality. For that, let's open components and go to login.jsx file. And in this one, we will add the functionality for login and registration. So in this one, you can see we have added different input fields for name, email ID and password. So we have to store these values in a state variable. For that, we will create 3 state variable with the name, email and password. So let's start with first variable. Here we will add const name set name is equal to use state and initialize it with empty string. Let's duplicate it, and here we will add email. It will be set email. Now duplicate it. This will be password and it will be set password. Right? Now we have to link these state with the input fields. So scroll down, and here we have this first input field that is for the full name, right? So in this one, we will add the onChange property like this, and in this one we will add event and create the arrow function. And here we will use the setter function, that is set name. And in this one, we have to provide the value from this input field. For that, we will add e.target.value. After that, we have to provide the value property. So after this curly braces, let's add a space and we will add the value property. And in this one, we will add name state like this. Now let me just copy this one and we will paste it in this second input field, that is for the email. So paste this onChange and value, and here we will add set email, and here we will add e.target.value and it will be email. Now in the third one, that is for the password input field, let's add this onChange. Just copy and paste it. And here we will add set password. And in this value, we will provide password. Now, whenever we will enter anything in these input field, that data will be stored in these state variable, right? So now we have to pass this name, email and password on our API to create an account. And if you want to log into the existing account, then you have to pass only email and password, correct? So now we will create the function that will either create an account or it will log into the existing account. For that, here in this form, it's here, we have this form tag. So in this form, we have to add the onSubmit property. We will add onSubmit, and here we will add one handler function. So we will add onSubmit handler. Next, we have to declare this onSubmit handler function. So scroll up, and before this use effect, let's add a space. And here we will create this onSubmit handler function. So we will add const function name, and it will be asynchronous function because here we will add the API call. Here we will get the event, and now we will use this event to prevent the default functionality. So we will add e.preventDefault. So after adding this, it will prevent the web page from reloading whenever we will submit the form. After that, we will add the try catch block for the API call. So just add the try catch. And in this one, first we will check for the state. here we have the state. So if the state is login, then we will call the login API, and if the state is sign up, then we will create the user registration API. So here in this try block, let's add if statement, and we will add a state. If the state is equal to login, then what will happen? We have to call the login API. So for calling the API, we will use the Axios. So we will add await Axios. Let me check whether we have added the Axios package or not. So if I go to package.json, in this dependencies, you can see we have the motion, React, React DOM, and React Router DOM. So we don't have Axios here. So we have to install the Axios, right? So let's close it and we will open the terminal. So this is the terminal for backend server, and if I click here, now it is the terminal for front end. So first we have to stop it. So just add Ctrl C. Yes. Now we will add npm install Axios. After installing the Axios package, here we can use await Axios dot post method, and we have to import this Axios in this file. So scroll up. Here we will add import Axios from Axios package. Now here we will add Axios.post method, and in this post method we have to provide the backend URL. So our backend URL is available in the context file. So we have already imported this data from the context. So in this one only we will add backend URL. So the backend URL will be imported from the context, and we can use it in this post method. Now in this backend URL, we have to provide the complete path of the user login API. So we will concatenate the remaining path. So we will add /API/user/login. That is the login endpoint. Now in this one, we have to provide the email and password. So we will add the comma and we will add one object. And in this one, we will pass email, comma, password, right? For the login, we need only email and password. After that, we will get one response. So we will store that response here. We will add const curly braces data. So in this data, we will get the response. Next, we will check for the response. So here, let's add if statement, and in this one we will check if the data dot success is true. If the data dot success is true, it means we are successfully logged in. So after login, what we have to do, we have to get the token from the response, and we will set the token available in this app context. Here we have added token and set token. So in this one, we have to find the set token using this app context. Now just copy it, and here in this if statement, we will add set token and provide data dot token, because we are getting the token in the response after login. After that, we have to set the user also. So here we have to get the user from the context. So we will add set user. If I come back here, you can see we have set user, which is null, right? So we have added this. Yes, so we have added this set user in this login.jsx file, and here after adding the token we will add set user, and in this one we will add data.user. Correct. After that we have to store the token in the browser's local storage. For that we will add local storage dot set item and provide the key name token. Then provide our token that we are getting from the response. We will add data dot token. Next we have to hide the login form. So to hide the login form we will use this set show login, and we will make it false so that the login form will be hidden. That's it. So if the data.success is true, these code will be executed, but if the data.success is false, then we'll add the else condition, and here we will add one error message, and we will display the error message in a toast notification. So to display the toast notification we need a Toastify package. So if I come back to the web browser and open a new tab and search for React Toastify, open this website. So here we have the command to install React Toastify in application. So just come back and open the terminal. Here we are in the client folder, right? So we have to write Ctrl C. It is already stopped. So here we will just add npm I React Toastify. Press enter. After that we will add npm run dev. So it will again start our project. So our project is running on this localhost 5173. Hide this terminal. Now you can see the next step to add this notification. So we have added this npm install that will install the React Toastify package, and after that we have to use this import statement. So just copy it and come back to the app.jsx file. So in the client folder we will open app.jsx, and here let's add this import statement. We have added import toast container, and from here just remove this toast, it is not required, and here we have added import react toastify.css. Correct. After that we have to add this toast container component here in this return. So in this return we have this div. So before this navigation bar let's add a space, and we will add opening tag toast container and close this tag. In this toast container we can add the position also. So we will add the position, and it will be bottom right. So the notification will be displayed in the bottom right side. Correct. After that we will open login.jsx file, and here if I want to add the toast notification, then we can simply add toast. Click here. So you can see the toast has been imported from React Toastify. Then we will add the error type. So toast.error. And in this one we will add data.message. So if any error occurs, or if the data.success is false, then one error will be displayed in toast notification. So we have added the functionality for login in this if statement, right? So this if statement is checking if the state is login, then this code will be executed. But if the state is not equal to login, it means the state is sign up. In that case we have to call the registration API. It means the user registration API, right? So here we will add the else condition for this if statement. So we will add else, and here we will make the API call. So again, copy this one, or let me just copy everything. From here, we will copy this and paste it here in this else statement. Now in this else statement, we'll add const data await axios dot post backend URL, and here we have to change the API endpoint. It will be /API/user/register for the user registration API endpoint, right? And for the registration, we have to send the email, password, and we have to send the name also. So we will add name, comma, email, comma, password, right? After that, we will get the response in this data, and we will check if the data.success is true. Then we will set the token, then we will set the user, and then we will set the local storage using this data.token, and we will set show login false, so it will hide the registration page or login page. After that, if this data.success is false, then the error message will be displayed in the notification. Toast.error is equal to data.message. So now we have added the functionality for this user login and registration. Now if any error occurs in this try block, then this catch block will be executed. So in this catch block, simply add this toast.error is toast.error error.message. That's it. After adding this, let's come back to the web page, and we will open our home page. And here, if I click on this login button, it is opening this login form, right? Now let's create a new account. So just click on this sign up button, and here we will add the name Avinash. And after that, we will add the email ID. So let's add the email ID here. After that, we will add the password and click on this create account. Now you can see our account has been created and we are logged in. That's why we are getting this navigation bar with profile icon, logout option, and this credit and this text. Right now these texts are static, so we have to get this credit and this username from the API, and we will display it in the navigation bar. Correct? So for that, let's come back, and in this app context.jsx file, here we have added this credit, right? So we have to find the credit using the API. To get the credit, we will create a function. So here, before this value, let's add const load credit data or load credits data equal to async function. And to get the credit, we have to call the API. So we will add the try catch block, and in this catch block we will add the statement console.log error and toast.error error.message. So to get this toast.error, we have to import this toast. So let's select it from here. So this toast has been imported from React Toastify, right? Now here in this try block, we will call the credits API, and we will store the data in this data variable. So we will add const curly braces data is equal to await, and we will use the axios. And in this axios, we will use the get method, and we have to import this axios also. So here scroll up and we will add import axios from axios package, And in this one we are using this get method. So let me just come back to the backend folder again, and in the server folder we have created this routes, and in this routes we have the user routes.js. so you can see here we have added the post method for user credits. So let me change it. I will add get. That's it. So we will add the get method. Now in this load credits data, we will call the API using this get method. Now in this one we have to provide the backend URL. So just add backend URL, and in this one we will concatenate the endpoint. So we'll add /API/user/credits. After that we will add the comma, and here we will add one object, and in this object we will add headers. And in this headers we have to provide the token. So we will add one object, and here just add token. That's it. So now we will get the response in this data. After that we will check the response. So we will add if statement, and we will check if data dot success is true. If this data dot success is true, then we will set the credit. So just add set credit, and here we will provide data dot credits. After that we will set the user also. So we will add set user, and it will be data dot user. So we have added this function that will load the data from the API. Next we have to execute this function. So to execute this function we will use effect. So before this value, let's add use effect. Select it from here. So use effect will be imported from React. Now in this use effect we will add one arrow function, and we will add the dependency array, and in this dependency array we will add token, so that whenever the token will be changed, then this arrow function will be executed. So here just add the if statement, and it will check if token is available, right? So if the token is true, then it will call this function, that is load credits data. So it will load the credits data. Next we have to pass this load credits data in this value object, so that we can access it in any other component also. So we have added it here. Save the changes. And after adding this load credits data, we need to add one more functionality, that is logout, so that user can log out from the account. So let me add that feature also. We will add const logout is equal to arrow function, and here we will add local storage dot remove item, and it will remove the item with the key name token. After that it will set the token with empty string. Then we will set the user, set user, it will be null. Now we have to pass this logout function also. So here in this value object we will add this logout. Save the changes, and now let's come back to the navvar.jsx file. So in this navvar.jsx file you can see here we have this user set so login. Now in this one we need the logout function. So just add logout. We will get it from app context, right? After that we need the credit. So just add credit, and here we have the user and set so login. That's it. Now using this credit we will display the credit in the navigation bar button, and we will also display the user's name using this user. After that we will link this logout function with the button. So scroll down, and here you can see we have this credit left. So here, instead of adding this value 50, we will add curly braces, we will add credit state. That's it. After that, here we have this logout button. So in this li tag, we will add on click, and in this on click, we will provide this logout function. After that, if I come here in this p tag, here we have added the name manually. So let me remove this name, and here we will add curly braces, and we will use user dot name. So we will get the name from the user state. After adding this, if I come back to the web page and refresh this and click on this login, here we will log in with existing account. So let's add. We have added the name, then we will add the password and click on this login button. So now we are successfully logged in, and here we have this name, right? And this credit is not displaying here. And let's see this logout option. We will click here. Now we are logged out. So this logout feature is working, registration is working, and login is working, but the credit was not displayed. So let me log in again. So let's see what's the error with this credit. Let's open login.jsx file, and here you can see we have added this local storage dot get item. So instead of this get item, it will be set item, local storage dot set item token. And here also we will add this local storage set item. That's it. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. Log in again. Still this credit is not displaying, so let me just come back. And in this app context.jsx file, I have added data.success, but this spelling is incorrect, so we will correct data.success. If it is true, then set credit and set user. Save the changes and again come back to the web page. Now you can see here we are getting the credit left 5. Correct. And here we have the user's name, and if I click on this logout button, we will be logged out from this account. So now we are logged out. Now let's try to log in with different account. So we will click on the login button again, and here we will add the first account, that is user.greatstack@gmail.com. Then we will add the password and click on login button. Here it says user does not exist. So let's correct it. user.greatstack. Let me check the database. Refresh it. So here we have this email ID, greatstackdev@gmail.com. So let me add this email ID in the login form and click on the login button. Now we are logged in, and here we are getting the available credit 4, and here we have this name greatstack. Correct, because in this user data you can see the name is greatstack and this is the email, and here we have the credit balance 4. Correct. So now we have added the login and logout functionality on this application, and we have displayed the available credit also. Correct. Next we have to add the functionality to generate the image using prompt. For that we have to create a function that will call the Image Generate API. So let's come back, and we will come to app context.jsx file, and in this one After this load credits data, here we will create another function. We will add const generate image equal to async and create the arrow function. And in this one we will take the parameter prompt, because to generate the image we need the prompt. Now in this one we have to make the API call, so we will use the try catch statement, and here in this catch block we will add the error message in the notification. So just add toast.error, and we will add error.message. The toast has been imported here, right? Now in this try block we will call the image generate API that we have created in our backend. So let's add await, and we will use the Axios, and here we will use the post method, and here let's add the backend URL. And in this backend URL we have to concatenate the API endpoint. So just add /API /image /generate image. We have already tested this API, right? So we are calling this API, and in this one we have to send the prompt. So after this API endpoint, just add the comma and add the curly braces, and in this one we will provide prompt, correct? After that we will add comma, and here we will add one object, and in this one we will pass the headers, and in this headers we will provide token. After that we will store the response in one variable. So just add const curly braces data. So we will store the response in this data. Next we will check this data. So we will add the if statement, and here we will check if the data dot success is true. In that case we will load the credit. So here you can see we have added this load credits data, so that after generating the image it will again display the available credit. Then we will add return, so it will return the result image. So we will add return data dot result image that we are getting from the API response. Here we will add the else statement also. So if the data dot success is false, in that case we will add toast dot error, and here we will display the error message that we are getting from the API response. So just add data dot message. After that again we will call this load credit data, and here we will check if this data dot credit balance, if this data dot credit balance is equal to 0. If this credit balance is 0, then the user will be redirected to the buy credit page. So to redirect user on the buy credit page, we will use the navigate function. For that, here before this function, let's add const navigate is equal to use navigate hook, correct? Now just copy this navigate, and here in this if statement, if the data dot credit balance is 0, then we will redirect the user on the buy credit page. So just add navigate function, and we will provide the path, that is /buy. That's it. After that, let's come back to the web page. After that, we have to call this generate image function whenever we will click on the button. So let's come back to the result page. So here we have the result.jsx file, right? So in this one we have to get that function. Before that we have to pass this function using this value object. So in this value object, let's add this function that we have just created, generate image. Now we can access this function in any component, correct? After that, let's open result.jsx file. In this one we have to get the function from the app context. So here let's add const generate image equal to use context. Use context has been imported, and here we will add the app context. This app context has been imported, right? After importing it, here we have this onSubmit handler function. So this function will be executed whenever we will submit the form, where we will add the prompt in the input field and click on the submit button. Then this onSubmit handler will be executed. So in this one, let's add event.prevent default. So it will disable the page reloading whenever we will submit the form. After that, we have to set the loading state true. So just add set loading. This set loading is already available here, right? So we will make the set loading true, correct? After that, we will add if statement and we will check if the input is available. It means we have some prompt in the input field. So if the input is available, then we will add const image and we will add await and we will call the generate image function. So just use this generate image function here, and in this one we have to provide the prompt, that is this input. So we have provided the input in this generate image function, so we will get the image here, right? After that, we will add if statement and here we will check if the image is available, right? Then what will happen, we will set the image. So just add set image loaded. We will make it true, and after that we will add set image, and here we will provide the image that we are getting from the response. So the image will be added in this state variable and we will set the image loaded true. After that, we have to disable the loading, right? So here let's add set loading false. That's it. After adding this, let's come back to the web browser. And we are already logged in. Now just click on this generate image button. So it will open this page. Here we have the default image, and here if I write any prompt, so let me write white cat playing with apple. Click on generate button. Here it says request failed with a status code 404. So let's check it. Let's go to app context and scroll up where we have added the function for generate image. Here it is. So in this one you can see we have added the incorrect path. So it will be /API/image/API/image/generate image. Correct this API endpoint path, save the changes, again come back. Now let's add the prompt again. White cat playing with apple, and click on generate button. Now you can see this loading, right? And after loading, you can see we have the image generated according to our prompt. Correct. Now we can click on this button to download this image. So let me click here. So this image has been downloaded, right? Let me click here. So this image will be displayed. So you can see we have downloaded this image that is generated using AI. Now you can see the credit has been reduced. Here we have the credit left 3, correct? Here we have the button called generate another. So it will again open this input field where we can type another prompt, and we can also go to home page and scroll down. Here also we have this button. So if I click on this button, it will again open this result page, right? So here let's type another prompt. We will add black cat flying and click on the generate button. Now you can see this loading, and after generating the image, the loading text is hidden, and here we have one image that is generated using AI using our prompt. So this image generator is working fine and the credit has been reduced. You can see the credit left 2. And if I go to database, refresh it, and now you can see here we have the credit balance 2, correct? Now let me make it 0. Here we will make it 0. Click on update and refresh this website. Now you can see the credit is 0, correct? Now if I enter any prompt here, we will add white flying cat and click on this generate button. Now you can see this notification, no credit balance, right? Because the credit balance is 0 and we are redirected to the buy credit page. So next we have to add the payment gateway on this application so that we can purchase more credit to generate images. Here I am going to use the Razorpay payment gateway that is very popular in India for online payment method. But if you want to use a Stripe payment gateway, then you can check out the source code link provided in the description, where I will provide both Razorpay and a Stripe payment integration. Now to add the Razorpay payment gateway in this project, first let's open the Razorpay website. So come to this website razorpay.com, and here you have to create an account. So just click on this sign up button, and here you have to provide your phone number or email ID and click on this continue button. Then complete your profile, and after completing your profile you will come to the Razorpay dashboard, and from there you can copy the Razorpay secret key and Razorpay key ID. So you have to copy two things, Razorpay key ID and Razorpay key secret from the Razorpay dashboard. So I have already generated the Razorpay key ID and secret that I will use in this project. So let me just come back to the VS Code and let's close all these files. And from this left sidebar, we will open this server folder, that is our backend. In this one, we will open controllers and go to user controller. And in this user controller file, we have to create a controller function to initialize the Razorpay payment gateway. But before that, we have to store the secret key and secret ID in this .env file. So let's open .env file in this backend, and here let's add environment variable name Razorpay key ID, and here you have to store the Razorpay key ID. After that, we have to store the Razorpay key secret. So just add the variable name Razorpay key secret and store the secret key here. After that, we have to store the currency. So we will add currency, and in this currency we will add INR, because I have created my Razorpay account in India. So I am adding the Indian currency INR, and let me provide the key ID and key secret. So here I have provided this Razorpay key ID and key secret and currency. After that, let's come back to the user controller.js file, and here we will create the controller function. But before that, we have to initialize the Razorpay. So first we have to import the Razorpay. So just scroll up and here we will add import Razorpay from Razorpay. We will add it in quote. After that, here we will add const Razorpay instance, and we will create the instance using the Razorpay. So we will add new Razorpay, and to create this Razorpay instance we have to provide the key ID and secret key. So just add key ID property, and in this one we have to get the key ID that we have stored in the environment variable. So we will get it from environment variable. Just add process dot env dot, and the variable name is Razorpay key ID. Correct. Let's add comma, and here we will add the second property, that is key secret, and here also we will add the value from environment variable. So just add this process.env dot and the variable name Razorpay key secret. So just add it here. That's it. So we have added this Razorpay instance. Now we will add the controller function so we can make the Razorpay payment. So just add const, and the function name is payment Razorpay equal to async, and here we will get request and response. In this one we will add the try catch block, and in this catch block let me add console log and provide this error. After that we will add response dot JSON, and in this response we will send one object with success false, and in the message we will add error dot message like this. Now we will add the logic in this try block. So in this one, first we need the user ID and the plan ID for making the Razorpay payment, right? So here let's add const curly braces user ID, right? Next we need the plan ID, and we will get it from request.body. So we will add request.body. After that we have to find the user using this user ID. For that we will add const user data is equal to await. Then we will use the user model to find the user model dot find by ID, and here just provide this user ID. Correct. Now we have this user data. So here we will add one if statement that will check whether the user data is available or not, and we will also check whether the plan ID is available or not. So we will add if statement, and here let's add not of user if the user is not available, or this plan ID is not available. So if any of this is missing, then we will add return, and here we will add the response. So let's copy this response, paste it here, response.json success false, and in the message we will add missing details. So let's add this message missing details, right? Now suppose we have the user ID also and plan ID also. So in that case we will create some variables where we will store the credit, plan, amount and date. So here let's add let credits, then we will add plan, then we will add amount, and then we will add date. So in any transaction we will store the credit and the plan name or plan ID, then we will store the amount and date, correct? Now here we are creating the controller function, and in this controller function we will get different plans, right? Because we have created 3 plans on our web page. If I come back, and here you can see we are getting basic, advanced and business plan. So we have to add the switch statement, that is switch case statement. So here we will add switch case, and here we will add the plan ID. So we are getting this plan ID from this request body, correct? So based on this plan ID we will add different plan, credit and amount. So in this plan ID there will be 3 conditions like basic, advanced and business. And in the basic we will get 100 credit and the amount is $10. In the advanced it will add 500 credit and the amount is $50. And in this business we have the 5000 credits and the cost is $250, correct? So we have to add it in the switch case statement. So just come back, and here in this first case we will add the plan ID, that is basic. And in this basic plan we have to add the plan basic, credits 100 and amount 10. So in this credits we will add 100, plan will be basic and the amount will be 10 for the first case, right? Now let me just duplicate this one, and here we will add the second case, that is advanced. And in this one we will add the plan name advanced, and the credit will be 500 and the amount will be 50. Now again duplicate it, and this will be the third case, and here we will add business. Here also we will add business plan, and here let's add the credit 5000 and the amount is 250, correct? Now in this default we will add return statement. So let's add return response.json, and here we will return one object. So in this object we will add success false, and we will add the message plan not found. So if the plan is not equal to basic, advanced or business, then it will return the response with message plan not found, and the success will be false, right? So now we have the credits, plan and amount for the transaction. Next we need the date, right? So here after this switch case let's add date, and in this one we will store date.now. So it will store the current date time stamp, right? After that, using this variables we have to create one object that will store all the transaction data, right? So here let's add const. We will add transaction data, and it will be one object, and in this object we will store user ID, then we will store the plan, then we will store amount, then we will store credits, and we will also store the date. So now we have this transaction data. Next we have to store this transaction data in the MongoDB database. So to store this transaction data in MongoDB database, we need to create one model. So in the left sidebar, we have the models folder, and in this one, we'll create a new model file. So let's right click on this models folder, select new file, and here we will add transaction model.js. And in this one, we have to add the MongoDB model. So let me just copy the model from user model. Let me just copy everything from here and paste it in this transaction model. And here we will update the name. So let me update the name like transaction schema, right? And here we will add transaction model like this. And we will use this transaction schema here. And the model name will be transaction. Correct. Let me remove everything from here. So you can see here we have created the transaction schema using new mongoose.schema, and using this schema we are creating one transaction model. And here we will add transaction. So first it will search for the model with the name transaction. If it is not available, then it will create one model with this name transaction using this transaction schema, right? And after that we have to export this transaction model using this export default. So we will export it here. Now in this one we have to define the schema. So you can see we have added this transaction data where we have the user ID, plan, amount, credits, and date. So we have to store these things in the database. So in this schema, let's add user ID. And in this user ID, we will add the type. So the type will be a string. Correct. After that, we have to add the required. So the user ID will be required to store any transaction. So just add required true. Correct. Let's add the comma and duplicate this line. Here we will add plan. So this plan is also a string type and the required will be true. Now duplicate it. Here we will add amount. And in this one we will add the type number. And it is also required true. Now let's add one more line, and here we will add credits. And the type will be number, required true. After that we will add the payment. So just add payment. And the type will be boolean. And here we will add the default value. So just add default, and the default value will be false. So here we have added the type boolean, so it can be either true or false. After that, we need to add one more property, that is date. That will be the transaction date. So here we will just add the type. So the type will be number. That's it. So here we have created this transaction schema, and using this schema we have created the transaction model, and the transaction model is exported from this file. So we can access this transaction model in any file, and we can store the data using this transaction model. So let's come back here in this user controller, and in this one here we will add const new transaction is equal to await. Then we will add transaction model that we have just created. So this transaction model is not coming in the suggestion, so we have to import it. So Let's scroll up, and here we will add import transaction model from models folder, transaction model.js file. So now we have imported this transaction model, and here we will use it to store the data in the database. So we will add await transaction model dot create, and in this one we have to provide the transaction data that we have added here. So just add this transaction data. So it will store this transaction data in the MongoDB database. So now we have this transaction data that is stored in the MongoDB database. After that, we have to create one order using Razorpay. So to create the order, here we will add await. We will use the Razorpay instance dot orders dot create, and in this create we have to provide one options, and then we will add one arrow function, and in this parameter we will get the error and we will get order. So if any error occurs while creating the order, then we will get the error in this parameter, and if the order will be created, then we will get the order in this parameter. Correct. Now here we need the options, right? So first we have to create this options. So just copy this options, and here before this Razorpay instance order, let's add const options, and here in this options we have to add the order amount. So just add amount, and in this amount we will add the amount. We are getting this amount from here. You can see here we have the amount, right? So after this amount we have to add currency and order receipt, but before that in this amount we have to multiply it with 100 like this. Just add comma. Here we have multiplied it with 100 because when you add like this $155, then it will be considered as 1.55 by Razorpay. So to make it 155 we have to multiply it with 100, so it will remove the decimal point. So after this amount we have to add the currency. So we will add currency, and in this one we will add the currency from the environment variable. So just add process.env dot, and let's add the environment variable name currency. After that we have to add the receipt, and the receipt will be unique. This receipt is very important because we have to verify the Razorpay payment later. So in this one we have to add the unique ID. So whenever the transaction will be created and stored in the database, so in this transaction data one ID will be created by MongoDB. So we will use that ID in this receipt. So just add new transaction dot underscore ID, that is auto generated by MongoDB. So now we have this options, and this options will be used to create the orders using this Razorpay instance, right? Now here either we will get the error or order. So in this arrow function, let's add the if statement, and here we will add error. So if we get the error, then we will add console log and provide this error. After that we will add the response. So just add return response.json, and in this response we will add success false, and in the message we will provide this error. That's it. Suppose there is no error, then we will get this order, right? So we have to send one response using JSON method, and in this response we will add one object, and in this object we will send success true, and with that we will send this order like this. So now we have completed this controller function, that is payment razor pay, correct? After that we have to export this function from this file. So scroll down, and in this export let's add the function name payment razor pay, and using this controller function we will create the API endpoint. For that, let's open this sidebar, and we will open this user routes.js file. In this one, let me duplicate this route, this one, and here we will make it post, and here we will add the path. So let me add the path name pay razor pay, or let me write pay razor. After that we need this auth user for user authentication. So this auth user will add the user ID using the token. After that we will add the controller function. So here just add this controller function payment razor pay. So this payment razor pay function has been imported from this user controller.js file. In this line you can see it has been imported, right? And here we are using this payment razor pay controller function, and before that we are using this middleware that will convert the token into user ID, and here we have used this post method. So now we have created the API endpoint for razor pay payment. After that we have to link this API endpoint with our front end. So let me just come back, and I'll close these files. We will collapse this server folder and we will open client folder, and in this one we will go to src, and here we have this pages, and we will open buycredit.jsx file, correct? And here we have to create the function that will initialize the razor pay payment on website. But before that, let's see the razor pay documentation. So we will come back to the razor pay website. Here it is, and in this one we'll go to resources and select developer docs, and in this left sidebar just click on the payments, then select payment gateway, and in this one we will open web integrations, then click on integration steps, scroll down, and in this one you can see here we have one script, this one. So we have to copy this script, and we will come back to the VS Code, and in this front end folder, that is the client folder, we will open index.html file, and we will paste this script here before this closing body tag. So just paste the script that we have copied from razor pay documentation. After that, let's come back to the buycredits.jsx file, and in this one we need the backend URL to make the API call to our API endpoint, and we also need the token, and we need the set so login, then we need the load credits data, right? And we need the user. So user is already available and we are getting it from the context. So with this user we will get the backend URL also from the context. Then we will get load credits data. We will get this function. After that we need the token. so that we will send this token in the API request. After that, we need the setSoLogin setter function. So we will get all these from app context, correct? After that, we need the useNavigate hook that will help us to navigate the users on home page after making the payment. So let me add that one also. We will add const navigate is equal to useNavigate. So useNavigate has been imported from React Router DOM. After that, we have to create one function that will be executed whenever we will click on the payment button. So here let's add const, and we will add the function name payment razor pay. It will be asynchronous function, and create this arrow function. And in this function we need the plan ID, correct? Now here we will add the try catch block, and in this catch block let's add the error in toast notification. So we will add toast. So the toast will be imported from React Toastify, then toast.error, and in this error we will add this error dot message, correct? Now we will add the statement in this try block. So here in this try block, first we will check whether we have the user or not. So we will add if, and we will add not of user. So if the user is not available, it means we are not logged in. Then we will open the login form. For that we will use this setSoLogin, and we will make it true. So it will open the login form, right? Now suppose the user is already logged in, then we will simply make the API call to the RazorPay API that we have created in our backend. For that, let's add await, and here we will add the Axios package. So it is not available, so we have to import it. So here let's add import Axios from Axios, and here we will use this Axios, and here we will use the post method. In this one we have to provide the backend URL, and in this backend URL we will concatenate the API endpoint. So just add /API /user /payRazor. So we have created this API endpoint in our backend, correct? Now with this one we have to pass the plan ID. So we will add the object and provide plan ID. After that we will add one more object, and in this one we have to provide headers. And in this headers let's add token. So our middleware will get this token and find the user ID. So here we have added the API call to our RazorPay payment API endpoint, right? Now we will get the response from this API request. So here just add const data. So we will get the response in this data, and after that we will check. So here let's add if statement, and we will add data.success. So if the data.success is true, then it will initialize the payment. For that we have to create one function that will initialize the payment. So before this function, let's add another function. We will add const, and the function name will be initPay. and it will be asynchronous function. And in this one we need the order. Let's add a space here and create this arrow function. Correct. So we will create this initPay function that will initialize the payment, right? Now we will call this initPay function whenever this data.success is true. So here simply add initPay, and in this one we will add data.order, because in the response we will get the order. Correct. After that we have to link this payment razorpay function with our button, so that when we click on the payment button, this function will be executed. So just copy this function and scroll down, and here we have this button. So in this button we will add onClick property, and in this onClick we will add one arrow function and provide this function that we have just created, and here we have to provide the item dot id, that will be the plan id. Save these changes. After that scroll up, and here we have this initPay function, so we have to add logic in this initPay function. For that, let's come back to the razorpay documentation, and here you can see we have to create this options variable, and in this options we have to store the key, that will be the razorpay key id. Correct. Then we have to store other information like amount, currency, name, description, and other details about the order, right? And then we have to add this new razorpay and provide this option. For that, let's come back to the VS Code, and first we have to add the razorpay key id in the front-end environment variable. So let me just copy the environment variable from here, that is razorpay key id. Just copy this one, and let's come back and we will open sidebar, and here in this client folder, here we have the .environment variable where you can see backend URL. So in this one, just provide this razorpay key id. Our front end is created using wheat package, so here before this variable name we will add wheat, so it will be wheat underscore razorpay key id. Save the changes. Now let's open buycredit.jsx file, and here we will create the options. So we will add const options. It will be one object, and here we have to add the key, and in this key we will add import dot meta dot env dot and the environment variable name wheat razorpay key id, like this. Let's add the comma, and here we will add the order amount, so we will add amount, and it will be order that we are getting in this parameter, so we will add order dot amount. After that we have to add the currency, so we will add currency, and it will be order dot currency. Then we need the name, so in this name let me add credits payment, because we are buying the credits. Now we have to add the description, so let's add the comma, duplicate this line, and here we will add description, so it is also credits payment, right? After that we need the order id, and in this order id we will add the order that we are getting from this parameter, and from this one we will find the ID. After that we need the receipt. So let's add receipt, and we will get it from order dot receipt. After that we have to add one handler function. So just add handler. We are adding handler, and it will be asynchronous function, and create this arrow function. Now in this one we will get the response. So just add response, and in this arrow function simply console log the response. So we will add console log, and we will print this response in the console. So here we have created this options. So after this options, here let's add const razorpay, or we can write rzp equal to new window dot razorpay, and here we have to provide this option. Next, simply add rzp dot open. Save the changes. Now we have to test this functionality. So just come back to the website, and here you can see we have different plans. So let me click on this advanced. Click on this purchase button. So this click is not working. So let me just come back, and we will open VS Code and open the terminal. Let me go to the backend terminal, and here we are getting some error. Path is required. So there is some error in the MongoDB model. So let's open backend folder, that is server, and in this one we'll go to models and open transaction model, and here we have added this plan that is the incorrect. So just correct it, plan, PLAN, save the changes, and come back to the web page. Again click on this button. Now you can see it is opening a window for razorpay payment. Here it is asking for the phone number. So let me add a dummy phone number. Click on continue. Now here we have to provide the card number. So before that we will right click and select inspect, and we will open the console, because in this console we will get the response, right? Let me clear this console, and we will open a new tab, and here we will search for razorpay test card details. Then open this website, and here you will get the test card numbers. So scroll down, and here we have this card number, and in this one we have to provide any random CVV number, and we can use any future date in the expiry date. So just copy this card number, and let's come back and provide this card number here. Then provide any future date. So let's add this date. Then we'll add the CVV number, and we'll add the name on card. So let me add Great Stack. Now just click on this continue button. Here it is asking for the email also. So let's add any dummy email ID, test@test.com. Click on continue. Click on maybe later. Now we are getting the message payment cannot be completed. It says international cards are not supported. Please contact our support team for help. It means there is some issue with this card number. So let me just close it and press yes exit. And now we will try again with different card. Click on the payment button and here let me add the another card number, this one. Paste it here. Here we will add any date, then CVV number and name on card. Then click on continue. So it will open this page. Here we can simulate this payment either failed or success. So let me click on this success button. So now you can see the message payment is successful. And in this console you can see we have one response. Let me zoom in. And here you can see we have this response. And in this one we have the Razorpay order ID, Razorpay payment ID, and here we have the Razorpay signature. So using this response we will verify the payment. As you can see, still the credit is 0 because we have not verified the payment yet. So using this order details, we will verify the payment and then we will increase the credit. So to verify the Razorpay payment, we have to come back to the VS Code and we will come to backend project. So let's open the sidebar and from here, let me close all these files. Here we will go for server folder. Then we will go for controller folder and we will open user controller.js file. In this file here we will create a controller function with the name verify Razorpay. So just add const verify Razorpay and create the asynchronous arrow function. Here we will get the request and response in this parameter. After that we will add the try catch block and let me add the code in the catch block. So here we will add console log error and we will send the response with success false and the message will be error.message. So if any error occurs in this try block, this error will be displayed in the terminal and we will send the response with success false and error message. Now we will add the logic in this try block. So here we have to find the Razorpay order ID. So we will get the Razorpay order ID from the Razorpay payment response, right? So we will add const and here we will add the Razorpay order ID. If I come back to the web browser, you can see here we are getting Razorpay order ID, correct? So we have to find this one and we will get it from request.body, correct? After that we will add const order info and in this order info we will add await and we will use the Razorpay instance and in this Razorpay instance we will add orders and we will add fetch and in this fetch we have to provide this order ID. So now we will get the order info. Now from this order info we have to check the status of this order. So here we will add the if statement and we will add order info dot status. And if the status is paid. So here we will check if the order info dot status is paid. Then we have to find the transaction data for this order. So we will add const. Let's add the variable name transaction data is equal to await. And we will find the transaction data using the transaction model. So just add transaction model dot find by ID. And in this ID we have to provide the order info dot receipt. So if I scroll up, you can see here we have added this receipt, and in this receipt we have added the new transaction ID. So to find the transaction data, we are using the transaction model, and in this we are using find by ID method, and we are providing the order info dot receipt. So we will get the transaction data. Now we will check with this transaction data. So here let's add the if statement, and here we will add if the transaction data dot payment. So we are checking the payment property. If it is true, it means the payment is already verified. If I save the changes and come back to the web browser and open the MongoDB database, refresh it. So here you can see we have one more collection called transactions. If I open it, so in this one we have these transactions, right? So in these transactions you can see we have the payment false, right? Here also we have the payment false. So whenever we will verify the payment, we will make it true. But here we are adding the if statement, like if the transaction data dot payment is already true, it means the payment is already verified. So in that case we have to return one response. So just add return response.json, and here we will add one object with success false, and we will add the message called payment failed. So we are sending this response payment failed because the payment is already verified. Now if the transaction data dot payment is false, so in that case we have to add the credit in user's account or user data. So here let's add const user data, and in this user data we have to add await, and we will find the user data using user model. So just add user model dot find by ID and provide transaction data dot user ID. So we will find the user's data. Now in this one we have to find the credit balance, and we will add the credit. So here let's add const, and in this one we will add credit balance equal to user data dot credit balance plus transaction data dot credits. So it is the current available balance of the user, and this is the credits that is purchased using the pricing plan. So if I come back to the transaction data, here we have the credits value 500, like that, correct? So here we are adding the current balance, current credit balance, and the credit that will be added after purchasing the plan. After that again add await, and here we will use the user model dot find by ID and update method, and here we will find the user. So just add user data dot underscore ID, and here we have to update the credit balance. So let me just copy it and paste it here in this object. So here we have added this new credit balance, and this new credit balance will be updated in the user data using this user model. So now we have updated the credit after purchase, right? Next we have to update the payment status also. So in this transaction data you can see we have the payment property false, so we have to make it true after verification. So just come back, and here let's add await, we will add transaction model dot find by ID and update. And here we will add transaction data dot underscore ID and comma, we will add curly braces and we will make payment true. So it will make the payment true. After that we have to generate one response. So just add response.json. And in this one we will add one object with success true and we will add message credits added. That's it. Now we will add the else statement. So here we have added the if statement. So here let's add else statement, and in this else statement we will add the response. So we will add response.json success false, and in the message we will add payment failed. This one. That's it. Now we have created the Razorpay payment verification controller function. Now using this controller function we will create one API route. So let's open server folder, then open routes folder, and in this one we have this user routes.js file. Here we will just duplicate this line, that is user router.post, and here we will provide the path. So in this one we will add verify razor, that means verify Razorpay. Here we will use this controller function that we have just created. So just add verify Razorpay, but first we have to export it. So let me just come back to the previous file, that is user controller, and here we have created this verify Razorpay function and we have to export it from this file. So here let's add the comma and provide the function name verify Razorpay. That's it. Now in this one we have to import that. So here in this statement import we will add comma verify Razorpay. So we have imported this verify Razorpay from user controller. Now here we will provide this controller function at this path. So now we have created the API endpoint for Razorpay payment verification, that is verify Razor. Now we have to link this payment verification API with our front end. So let me just close these files and collapse this folder, and we will open client folder, then go to src, then pages, and open buycredit.jsx file. Here we will scroll this file and you can see in this one we have added one handler function. Here it is. So in this handler function we have added console log. So just remove it, and in this one let's add the try catch block. Correct. Now in this catch block we will add the error in toast notification. So we will add toast.error, and here we will provide error.message. Correct. Now we will add the logic in this try block. So in this try block let's add const data equal to, and we have to make the API call to our Razorpay verification API endpoint. So we will add await, then we will use the Axios package for API call. Here we will use the post method, and in this one we will add the backend URL, and in this backend URL we have to concatenate the API endpoint. So we will add /API /user /verify Razor. After that in this one we have to send the response which is here. So this response will be added in this API request. Correct. After that we have to provide the headers. So just add the curly braces, we will provide headers, and in this headers we have to provide the token. Correct. After that, here we will add the if statement and we will check the response. So we are getting the response in this data. So let's add data dot success. So if the data dot success is true, it means the payment is successfully verified. So after verifying the payment, we will again load the credit. So we will add the load credit data function. Correct. And after that, we will redirect the user on home page. So we will use navigate and we will provide the home path. After that, we will send one notification. So just add toast.success, and here we will add the message called credit added, like this. After adding this, if I come back to the web page again and let me close this browser console, and right now you can see the credit is 0, correct? And let me choose the first plan, which is basic. Click on this purchase button. So it should add the 100 credit. So let me just click here. Here we will add the card number. So again, copy this test card number. Add any future month and year, CVV number and name. Click on continue. Now just click on this success button. So now the payment is successful, and after successful payment, we are redirected to the home page, and here at the bottom right side you can see the toast notification called credit added. Correct. And in this navigation bar you can see the credit left 100. It means the credit has been added. Now if I go to MongoDB database, refresh it, scroll down, here still we have the payment false. So let me just come back and we will open server controller and user controller.js file, and in this one we have added payment true. So let me correct this spelling, PAYMENT, payment true. Save the changes and come back to the web browser again, and let me make another transaction. Right now you can see the credit is 100, correct? And now if I want to purchase this advanced plan that gives 500 credits, so just click on this purchase button, provide the card number and other card details. Now click on success button. Now the payment is successful, and after successful payment we are redirected to home page, and you can see the notification in the bottom right side, credit added, and you can see the updated credit balance which is 600. And if I go to database, refresh it, so now we have one new transaction data here, and in this one you can see the payment is true and the credit 500. So in the last transaction we have purchased the advanced plan with 500 credits, and now the payment is true. So payment is successfully verified and the credit has been added here. Correct. Now we have this credit, so we can again generate the images. So let me just click on this generate image button again. So it will open this result page, and here we have to enter the prompt. So let me add any other prompt. So let's add white dog playing with birds. Click on generate button. Now you can see the image generated using our prompt, and you can see the credit balance has been reduced by 1. So this image generator is working fine. We can create an account on this Imagify website. We can log into the existing account. We can log out from the account, and here we have the credit, and we can also purchase more credits using these plans. And for this credit purchase, we have added the Razorpay payment gateway. And if you want to add the Stripe payment gateway, then you can check out the source code link given in the description, where I have added both Razorpay and Stripe. So finally, we have created our full stack image generator AI SaaS application that generates the image from text using the AI. So I hope this video will be helpful for you. If you have any question, you can ask me in the comment section. Please like and share this video.